Well, how's it going, everybody? How are everybody after that direct? And I'm going to be bringing Phil in momentarily, so just bear with me real quick. Here we are. You should be able to hear him here in just a moment. Hear him and see him. Phil, what up, collects? Looks like you're the first one in the bar. What's going on, homie?
Not much, not much. Just ready to talk about this because you left me hanging yesterday.
I
Left me
did.
hanging.
So, yeah, you got a little bit of fucking animosity built up. So I guess we'll start there. Let me have it, Philly.
Yeah, you little fart.
All
You're
right.
like, yeah, let's do this. We're gonna do it. And then you go on prompts, and I'm like, dude, I'm sitting here, I'm waiting for hours.
I know.
And it's like, I'm like, dude, I'm done. I'm tired of waiting. I was like, just forget it.
I know.
Wait, man.
And I sympathize. So, but again, I said I owe you big, and I'm going to. We're gonna do a Philly Selects gameplay tomorrow. Whatever you want to play, we're gonna play it. And we had to move the open bar today. Had to do that just because Prime needed someone to guest shot on there, and I said I'd do it. And that's me being a good friend to one, but maybe not to another. And so we got to make that.
No, it's okay. I'm all good. It's just you should have been like, hey, like you announced it, and then you're like, I'm doing this, and I'm like, but I thought we were doing that.
Zeus sold out. He went on the.
You got your wires crossed.
Zeus sold out, right?
Yeah, you got your wires crossed.
But anyway, so that said, I'm back on my little podcast now, and we had to do it because now I did express a lot of my thoughts with Prime. We had a great discussion. So anybody who hasn't seen that, oh my gosh, definitely go check that out. I think we had a great discussion overall. I think we're going to have another good one tonight. I think we can do 2 days worth of discussing this direct because you can dissect it from 100 different angles. So I guess we'll start out with the most important question. Phil, what the fuck are you drinking today?
What am I always drinking? Water.
Water.
I'm drinking water.
So you're drinking vodka, I think is how one of the people last night put it. Drinking some vodka.
Yeah, I'm drinking vodka. Vodka.
All right, that's good, man. So there may be other people filtering in. It may just be you and me, and either fucking way, I think we're going to have a good time. So, but yeah, this is an open bar. So for folks who are aware, I'll go ahead and go down the rules real quick. Anybody who wants to come in the Discord link is on Twitter. You can also get through the Discord through my links. I don't charge you for it because fuck that. Pop in, say hi, and then if you don't even want to stay, I know it's annoying to have a million fucking Discords. You can leave. But if anybody wants to come in, this is an open bar. I am serving drinks to everybody. I'm serving drinks to Nintendo fans, PlayStation fans, Atari 2600 fans, and PC fans. But you fucking filthy Microsoft fans, you're not allowed. No, I'm kidding. We serve everybody here in this bar. But
Virtual Boy fans, you can have a drink too.
Well, we're definitely going to have to talk about the Virtual Boy. 90s Handheld Gamer drawing first blood in here. He says, what's up, guys? Not too much 90s going to be discussing this thing. This is going to be my second time doing it. But I think the tone might end up a little bit different because while on the 10 Byte podcast, there tended to be a little bit of a positive aspect. I think Philly has a little bit of a different take, and I think we're going to discuss that here today. So, Philly, what did you think of the first full Nintendo Direct of the Switch 2 season?
I think it's better named Meh Nintendo Direct. Meh. Like I used in my thumbnail. Meh. I mean, there was some good things there, which I pointed out in my video. I thought it was pretty creative. The little Pokemon Animal Crossing thing where you play as a human Ditto, a Ditto disguised as a human. That was kind of neat. I mean, it's not a console seller, but it's a little creative. So that was kind of cool. A new Yoshi game. I mean, you can't really ever go wrong with Yoshi. He's cute. He's kind of like, but once again, it's not a console seller. The new Fire Emblem, that's good. There's nothing ever wrong with Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem is always good. But speaking for me, I have a backlog of tons of Fire Emblem games to get through across the 3DS and Switch. So it's not really going to be enough to make me go out and buy a Switch 2. And then everything else they kind of showed, we really already saw a little bit of. Like, we knew the Metroid Prime 4 was there. We just saw more of it. We knew the Hyrule Warriors was there. We just saw a little more of it. We knew the Pokemon was there. We just saw more of it. So it's like after those games and then like the Sports Mario game, there really wasn't anything else that I saw outside the Fatal Frame 2 remake. That was the big enchilada in the room. That one was a surprise.
I agree. So that was actually my game of show. Just because I have heard so much goddamn shit about this. Paul Gale Network is also here. What's going on, Paul Gale? Keith SLG is here. He says, I have a Virtual Boy. I bought it on clearance at Toys R Us for $40. Oh my God. So you got it. Now, did you get your Virtual Boy like at the end of the Virtual Boy, or are you talking about clearance like when Toys R Us was going out of business and that giraffe was on the corner sucking dick for nickels? Like, which are we talking about?
Oh my God.
Like, which clearance sale? I'm pretty sure they didn't have Virtual Boys when Toys R Us went out of business. And I kid the giraffe. I miss Toys R Us. Paul Gill, if you want, I know you're in the Discord, so if you got time or if you feel free to pop in for the open bar. We're in the Midnight channel, so you can pop in if you have a few thoughts. Love to hear them. But if you can't, that's cool too. Thanks for stopping by. But this is an open bar, so anybody in the chat can be happy to pop in on the Discord as well and give thoughts. So here's my thing on, you mentioned, so you started off by talking about that Pokemon game. You don't think that has the potential to terrify little children? I'm not a little children, and that fucking Ditto terrified me.
The
lore implications on the human Ditto alone, I think, could literally haunt nightmares. Like, Paul Gill says, I hope you're doing well, better than I deserve. As always. And then Keith SLG says, I think it was about a year after its release, it wasn't selling. Well, of course it wasn't selling. That fucking thing. Oh my God.
It was one of Nintendo's biggest flops. And I think it's so funny because it's like, oh, the 14 games. It's like, dude, there's a total of 22 games for the thing, for the whole system.
Now,
and you're not even giving the full 22. You're going to give them later, but I just don't know why you don't roll them all out. Like, what's the deal with that? That's so weird.
So you're complaining about the 22, but isn't that like the whole fucking Virtual Boy library? Like,
yes, 22 games were made for it, and they're only giving you 14 when they launch it.
Okay, but I mean,
that is wild.
14 games isn't a ton. Isn't that more than what they launched the Nintendo Switch Online with like the NES? Maybe not. I don't remember. I don't use these services, so guys, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't use any of these Nintendo Switch Online crap just because I'm a physical-only gamer, and I mean it when I say that.
Yeah, I'm already just I stopped with the Nintendo Online thing, but you can't even use this thing. They said something like it's mandatory to have the plastic shell thing, and I'm like, why is it mandatory? You're just slotting in your Switch into like a hole in this fake Virtual Boy shell or the cardboard thing. Why can't you just use it without that? Like, I don't understand. Are they like lying there to try to get you to buy it?
I don't think
by saying you can't play them without it? Because that's what they said in the video. So I don't know.
So the Virtual Boy was part of the sick 3D obsession that Nintendo went through, like the whole games industry in like the mid 90s, mid 90s, early 2000 odds. I think what's happening there is, I think in order to get the Virtual Boy effect graphically, I think you have to look down into it through the Virtual Boy goggles, right? Like, I think that's what's happening there. Sure, right?
Yeah, but you should still be able to just play it without it. I mean, it probably won't look good or look right, but you should be able to. So I don't know. I
don't know. I think if you want the Virtual Boy effect, you have to look through it again. The question is, why the fuck would you want the eye-destroying Virtual Boy effect? That thing
I don't know, but give them $99 or $25 for the cardboard.
For cardboard.
Like, I mean, even like I said in my video, even if you're the most hardcore, diehard Nintendo fanboy in the face of the planet, you have got to admit that this thing is literally a joke.
No, they
It
don't.
is.
No, they don't. They don't have to
It
admit
is
shit, man.
what's the word I said? It's literally a cash grab. And I know one of your previous guests, he said, it was like, well, then anything's a cash grab. And I was like, no, this is clearly a cash grab because it's such niche. It was a failed device. Nobody is really talking about the Virtual Boy. This is totally different. Like, this is totally different than the NES controllers, the Super Nintendo controllers, or if they came out with like some kind of Game Boy type thing, right? It's because those were successful. So I understand playing on nostalgia with that, but this Virtual Boy, like, you can't defend that. I'm sorry. If you are, like, good luck to you. Goodbye. There's no reason.
They're going to. They're going to.
Yeah,
I don't understand. So here's the thing that I don't understand. So, and this, I can tell you that this is coming from a Nintendo that feels supremely confident. This is coming from an extraordinarily confident Nintendo, because you saw in the Switch, they're giving you NES, Super Nintendo. Now with the Nintendo Switch 2, they're giving you fucking GameCube and Virtual Boy. Now you know how I feel about. Sure. Now you know how I feel about GameCube. GameCube and Virtual Boy. So, like, the add-ons that now here's one argument that Justin made that you were talking to that I do agree with. He said that if they're going to do the Virtual Boy, it's almost guaranteed that we get a 3DS and a DS collection at some point, right? They would have to, right? Because if they're going to throw the biggest piece of shit in the world, as far as
I agree with that. That's a fair point. I agree with him on that. But the thing is, it doesn't matter to me because it's digital and they're not even letting me purchase the games digitally. It's all tied to a membership, so I do not care. Don't care what they put on their Nintendo Online service. I'm not paying for it. I want the games physically. You don't want to give me them physically, then we are done. There's nothing more to talk about. Have fun with your Nintendo Online. I don't care.
So it's so funny you mentioned that. Old men like us, there is so much of a market for slapping some of those old games on a Switch card and calling it a day.
Oh my God.
And we buy them. I'm telling you, Nintendo, I'm telling you right now, I would pay you $60 reduce. You want to talk about $60 reduce? It's a fucking ROM. Throw ROMs for Mario Brothers, Mario Brothers 2, Mario Brothers 3, Mario Brothers The Lost Levels, and Mario World. Put that on a Switch cart. Let me play that physically, and I will pay you again $60 to have that on a Switch 1 card. I would do it.
If you come out with a collection that it's both Golden Sun Game Boy Advance games and the DS game on a single Nintendo Switch cartridge, I will give you what I paid for Mario 3D All-Stars. I'll give you 60. I may even give you 70 for that. Because that is a fantastic collection, but you won't. What you will give us is Mario Galaxy Collection for $70.
We'll get
after
to that.
One of those games are already on 3D All-Stars.
So the wonderful gentleman on the 10 Byte podcast gave me a little bit more info on this, Philly. So this game does have better controls, which was always my bitch about 3D Mario before Odyssey, is the Z-axis always felt a little off. Apparently
it's going to have to because it's on a different device. That's not like a benefit. That's duh. Like, I'm sorry, duh.
You can say that, but if you play the Mario All-Stars collection, the controls are rough. The controls are still rough on Mario 64. And I haven't tried Sunshine yet. But the Z-axis is still, that camera on Mario 64 is still fucking rough goings, man.
I know, but Mario 64 isn't in the Galaxy collection.
I know. My point is the game's always felt off with that Z-axis, so that's a plus. And apparently it's going to be in 4K, even though it's a Switch 1 title, which is weird. But apparently the game is going to be in 4K.
But we don't care about 4K.
I don't care about
Nintendo.
I don't care about 4K. But I'm just pointing out some of the upgrades that the Nintendo fans are using.
From what I've heard, everybody is saying there's been no upgrades to it whatsoever. No changes from wherever it was. Like that's what I heard.
Okay, where are you hearing that?
I don't know. Everybody online, every single post I see about Mario Galaxy, that's what they're saying.
Okay,
I mean, whether it's true, I do not know.
You're hearing it's 2 ROMs that are okay.
But
so that might be a dispute. Then I'll get back with Prime and find out what's going on with that. Because if we're talking a ROM dump, that's bullshit.
Regardless, like these games were Nintendo Selects for like $20 on the Wii. And then Nintendo ported it over to the Switch, 3D All-Stars, combining it with 2 other Mario games, Mario Sunshine, Mario 64. And then they sold that to you for $60. This is $70.
Yeah.
For a game we already paid for a couple of years ago on a collection cartridge and then one other additional game. They should have just sold us Galaxy 2 on its own for like $30 on the cartridge.
Yeah. I would have been much happier because I do have Mario Galaxy 1. So I would have been happier to be able to buy a Mario Galaxy 2 cart for 30 or 40. Yeah. Hell, you didn't even charge me 40. I would pay 40 for Mario Galaxy 2. I'd probably pay 40.
Or just make another 3D All-Stars, which was what everybody thought they were going to do. Make a second 3D All-Stars that had 2 other 3D Mario games on it with Galaxy 2. I mean, we could speculate what kind of other 2 games they could have put in there because there's several Mario 3D games of varying qualities, but heck, they could have just made it where it was like Luigi's Mansion 1, because that's not on a Switch. And then they could have put some other 3D Mario game on there and then Galaxy 2, and it would have been fine. It would have been perfect. They had to do the Mario egregious Nintendo.
Yeah, maybe do the Mario Brothers collection. You have Luigi's Mansion 1 and Mario Galaxy 2, which are the 2 games from each respective collection that are on the Switch. And just call it like the Mario Brothers.
They could have even done... They could have even done they could have done like the All-Stars collection that was on the Wii, like the 30th or the 35th anniversary one. They could have had that on the collection, Luigi's Mansion, and then Galaxy 2. And man, that would have been perfect for like $60, even $70. That probably would have been perfect. But they didn't do it. This is what we got. And I'm just like, Nintendo, you can't give us physical cart collections of some of these classic games like Golden Sun and other titles and be perfect. No, you're going to repackage Galaxy, put Galaxy 2 in it, which you should have gave us years ago, and then charge $70 for it. Man, like, get out of here with that. Like, gosh, it just all that burns my buns. And then, man, all the amiibo, $50 amiibos.
So that was honestly the unifying theme of this direct. It's one of the things I didn't like. It's one of the things I didn't like. So, I got asked on the 10 byte, what I would give the direct, and personally, I'd give it a C+. Personally, but business wise, I gave it a D. And the reason
I say for the good things that they showed, and then you also have to keep in mind, not everything they showed was exclusive to the Switch 2. I'm judging this because this is the last direct of the year.
I'm a Switch 1 guy. I'm eating good. I'm happy about that. I'm glad that.
I mean, that's true. That's true. But I'm looking at it from a business standpoint of like, okay, we need to sell Switch 2. We need to sell Switch 2. This needs to showcase Switch 2, because if this is the last direct of the year before the holiday season, then this isn't convincing anybody to pick up a Switch 2. It isn't. So you're going into the holiday season with this. I'm sorry, man. I don't know. I don't know, because
to play devil's advocate here, I think they feel like their holiday is probably pretty solid. Everything sells during the holiday. Everything. On top of that, they do have a Pokemon game, although I have questioned how much of those Pokemon games get sold on Switch 1 because it's multi-platform. So I don't know if that's as secure as they think it is, but I think they think that's covered because of Pokemon and the holiday sales rush, which just Switch 2s will sell out holiday season. What I'm concerned about is once that holiday slush rush is over and the dust settles and the Switches start to collect on shelves again, and the PlayStations and the even Xboxes sell out during holidays. Everything sells during the holidays. Well, I might be exaggerating a little bit.
Xbox,
but once all
Xbox
these boxes show back up on the shelves in January, February, when nobody has any fucking money because they've spent it all on Christmas and New Year's, what is going to convince people to buy these boxes? And for Nintendo, the whole thing around that was the Nintendo Direct. So, yeah, do I like Fire Emblem? I do. So, yeah, cool. Did you put Samus Aran on a fucking bike? Yes, you did. Cool as shit. Did you give?
I mean, it's cool, but like I said to you in my tweet, it's like the bike feels like it just feels like, you know what? It's like they thought, you know what? Let's take that bike from Breath of the Wild and just put it in Metroid. It's like she's got a spaceship. Why haven't we got to fly around in her spaceship and go to travel into different planets and land on them and fight aliens and stuff in our spaceship? Why are we having a bike?
Now that would be cool. Okay, so you're hating, but that would be cool. The spaceship idea is good. Why can't you do both?
Yeah.
So I'm good with the spaceship idea. In fact, the spaceship.
Somebody else also said, and I think a lot of people even miss this, and you probably miss this too. Okay. They're like, why does she need a bike? She has like that super speed running ability, and I'm like, oh my gosh, she does. She don't even need a bike. You literally used it in games. She don't need a bike.
I like
She's
the bike.
Super speed.
I'm gonna defend the bike here. I'm gonna be the knight defending the bike here. I like the fucking bike.
Okay.
And so what I will say is, yeah, she has the running ability, but you could argue narrowly that the bike is faster than the running ability, right?
Yes, you could. You could.
So you could.
I think, and also, I mean, my thing is, I think the bike looks cool. I even think the amiibo looks cool. I'm not going to pay $40.
It's the first amiibo. What? It's the first amiibo I've ever wanted in my god life. It's the first amiibo I've ever.
Your girlfriend will look at you and she'll go,
what are you doing? It's not coming in the house. I promise you. But I want it. It's the first amiibo. I want it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to justify. I mean, don't get me wrong. I want some of these amiibos. I think the Galaxy amiibos look cool, but it's like if I give into this, I'm telling Nintendo I'm okay with these prices, and I'm not. I mean, the Metroid Dread amiibo 2-pack is $30, and you got Samus by herself from Prime 4, $30. Make it make sense, people. I'm sorry. I can't. I may want them, but I'm going to stand my ground on this.
No,
because I have
I'm not buying any amiibos either, especially like you said. Because I said, man, I want that. I think you said on Twitter, you're like, wait till you see the price. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. Because I'm not buying fucking toys for fucking $50.
And I actually used an analogy like in my video, like because I went out to a restaurant with a friend. And then we got our food, and usually you go to restaurants, like, oh, water's free. Water's free. You can have water for free. And maybe pay 50 cents. And I'm like, why am I paying 50 cents for water? It's free any other place I go to, any other fast food place or restaurant. And it's like, oh, you're paying for the cup. And it's like, well, when it comes to the amiibo, as expensive as they are, you're paying for that packaging, so you better keep it in that plastic cardboard prison forever. Because if you weren't paying for the packaging before when they were $12.99, you are definitely paying for the packaging.
So, Philly, you are in the age of the ratchet, unfortunately. We are in the age of the ratchet. It only goes one direction, man. And what I mean by that is, so in that same restaurant, right? And that was that was a taco place, right?
Yeah, it was like a taco place.
So I just didn't know what example I was
in between. It was in between a restaurant. And then it was like a step below a restaurant quality Mexican food, but above a Taco Bell.
It's Chipotle. Yeah, it's Chipotle. It's Chipotle, except the blood streaks on your underpants after you eat it. So basically, they say never laugh at your own jokes, but that was funny. That's funny, goddammit. I don't care. Anyway, so here's the thing. In terms of, so what I mean by it's the ratchet economy, in that taco place, try this. They're going to charge you. Okay, they didn't used to charge you for water, or they didn't used to charge you for the cup. Now they're charging you for the cup. Here's what I want you to do next. The next step in the experiment is next time you go to the taco place, take something off the burrito or the taco you ordered and see if it changes your price. Spoiler alert, it won't. So it's like, yeah, I don't want cheese on this. Okay. Like, okay, it's the same price, really? But I took cheese off, or I took, nope, still going to cost you the same price. To put more toppings on costs more, but to remove toppings, nope, they're charging the same price. So it's a ratchet.
You're exactly right.
Everything is a ratchet now. That's just the way it is. And I hate it, but the goal, the solution is to not fucking buy Amiibos. And what I will tell y'all is I will never shirk away from my trained by girlfriend position to tell y'all that none of y'all should be buying toys. You're fucking adults. You're adults. Stop buying toys.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing that nobody talks about anymore when it comes to Amiibos. And somebody pointed this out in my YouTube. They gave me a very long comment. And they said, do Amiibos even have functionality anymore? Because nobody talks about this. Nobody is saying what they do anymore. Do they even do anything? And I thought, what if Nintendo is selling you these as Amiibos and they don't even have functionality anymore? Like you try to tap them to a Switch or whatever and they just don't do anything. They don't unlock anything. They don't even say that anymore. They used to say it in the back of the box. They used to explain it. They don't do any of that anymore. So I don't even think these new Amiibo do a thing. And like I said, like I could justify the price if, for example, the Donkey Kong Amiibo came with the DLC, because there's a DLC for it, and the DLC is $20, and you're just on DK's Island playing time trial roguelite levels. That is it. That is not worth $20. But maybe if you packaged it in an Amiibo and then the DLC came in the box or whatever, and you opened up, you could redeem it, I could at least understand that. Like, you're going to charge me $50 for a Metroid Amiibo or a Kirby Amiibo, at least give me like the DLC expansion pack or something in the box. I remember there was these plushes they did for like Shovel Knight and I think Ori that actually came with a digital code for the game. So you'd buy the plush, you'd get the digital game. Do that with Amiibos. Buy the Amiibo, get the DLC expansion pack.
So, in terms of that, I think that's a pretty good idea. The Donkey Kong content was one of the things that rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah.
The reason for that is, when I first thought about it, I'm like, okay, that's cool. But then immediately I started thinking, like, here's the thing about that. This game just fucking came out. And I'm an old enough gamer to remember when Nintendo gave me an entire goddamn second quest in The Legend of Zelda 1. And then even as early as Mario Odyssey, when you were done with the game, spoiler alert for people who haven't finished Mario Galaxy, spoiler alert for people who haven't finished Mario Galaxy, okay, you get to go back to the Mushroom Kingdom. Also, if you haven't finished Mario Galaxy, I don't know why you're listening to me on a Switch podcast, but the thing is they already did this, but in so the game that's compared to the most, Mario Odyssey, lets you do this same thing as part of the overall gaming package, and here it looks like it was deliberately cut out to be sold back to you later.
Oh, it most definitely was. And the same with the Pokemon. They're announcing DLC, like Mega Evolutions for like Raichu, Pikachu, or whatever. And I'm like, this is deliberate cut content. And I saw people arguing, well, they did it with like Breath of the Wild. And I was like, well, it wasn't right then, and it's not right now. They're selling you a part of the game.
Yeah, it wasn't until the E3. It was the E3 2017 when they unveiled the DLC, which was several months later. This is 2 months, man. Yeah, this is 2 months. It feels.
I mean, it's just, they're developing the game, and they're like, oh, while we're developing the game, let's go ahead and decide what we're going to hold back for DLC to sell later. And it's like, this is wrong. You're charging way too much for these games. You're cutting out content from the game, or you're developing the game with DLC already in mind. It's like, that's not, no. Like, there used to be post-game content. I remember playing RPGs on the PS2 where you'd have this massive post-game dungeon that would take you another like 15, 20 hours. And now you don't get post-game anything. Now it's DLC, expansion pass. And I'm like, I'm so sick of this. Like, it's so stupid.
Yeah, even Nintendo,
Like, that's
even Nintendo, which I think is what's rubbing everybody the wrong way. Even Nintendo now. Even Nintendo.
Yeah, even Nintendo. I mean, like Mario Wonder with some kind of explorable. I don't know what that was. Like
that
the
one.
Mii Plaza.
Now you're gonna get me. Now you're gonna get to where I'm mad. That one, as a 2D Mario fan, that one makes me mad. And that was because what that is again, I'm old enough to remember Super Mario Brothers 3 and having a fucking battle mode immediately available as part of the game.
Yeah.
If you and the other guy land on the same portion, you don't go to the level, you go to battle. It was perfectly integrated into the game, and you duke it out and try to get the other person killed by the bad guys. That was Mario Brothers battle mode. So Mario Brothers 3 literally came with a copy of Mario Brothers. For those that know their Nintendo lore, Super Mario Brothers 3 came with Mario Brothers on the cart as a multiplayer battle game. And here's Nintendo, once again, $70 for this shit. We're going to sell you that battle mode that we gave you for free on Super Mario Brothers 3. Yeah, that one pisses me off. Because that one absolutely should have been part of Mario Wonder, and Mario Wonder would have been an infinitely better game if that was available. And you shouldn't have to go to some fucking Bell Plaza. Shouldn't have to go to fucking Bell Suck My Dick Plaza. You should be able to.
It's literally Mii Plaza. It's Mii Plaza over again, but as Mario.
On a fucking Mario game, you should be able to. You could be on the world map. Here's your character on the world map. Here's my character on the world map. They landed and selected the same square. You're battling now. It takes you to one of those battling games is what should happen. That is old school Nintendo. That's the Nintendo I fucking miss. That's the Nintendo. That is the exact Nintendo that I bought a Switch for. Because that was the Nintendo of the last 8 years. This Nintendo sells
Nintendo's having a weird identity crisis.
Well, it's not an identity crisis. It's the Nintendo psychosis, right? Is how a buddy of the channel, Sean Malmstrom, buddy of the channel, puts it. And actually, that's a good point. I want to read this letter. So I don't agree with the entirety of this letter. So first and foremost, guys, full disclosure, I don't agree with all of this. And there may be portions of this letter that y'all don't agree with either. But I'm going to read it because it encapsulates perfectly a pattern that I see with Nintendo, despite the strong wording, about every other generation or so. So let me get that pulled up real quick. And this is a blog called Sean Malmstrom. He's a old school gamer. I've known Sean for a long time. He's a Nintendo Wii guy, right? Is where he kind of comes from. He was a big Wii guy, big NES guy. So we share a lot of overlap in opinions. But the letter that I want to read here, it says, "Dear Nintendo, you are in a psychosis. You believe your products have a value which does not exist. You think your games are worth $80 and your hardware is worth the additional money and that people want to spend more time with the talking flowers. You think the Wonder Talking Flower is a great thing. And yet, you see online activity go against what you believe is reality. Certainly, you will tell yourselves that everyone online is a minority. Even when the market performance starts to reveal itself, you will comfort yourself that this is normal. I am well attuned to the Nintendo psychosis. The worst offender of the psychosis is Shigeru Miyamoto, who believed that Super Mario 64 was one of the greatest Mario games ever, even though it single-handedly drove away Mario fans in Japan and Europe, destroyed the character of Mario with the lame voice, and destroyed the market share for Nintendo consoles. It did this again for Nintendo DS. It wasn't until the 2D Mario of New Super Mario Bros. DS, which Miyamoto was not a part of, came in and saved the DS platform from Nintendo's 3D obsession. Miyamoto kept following his psychosis with thinking everyone really wanted 3D gameplay with his 3DS, or push with the Nintendo 64 and GameCube. It wasn't until the end of the GameCube era, when Iwata began to stretch out his wings as president, that Nintendo began to address the psychosis. And even then, they entered another psychosis. After the Wii's success, Nintendo entered the psychosis that led to the Wii U. Only abject market rejection can end a Nintendo psychosis. But the psychosis will reinterpret the market rejection as something else, such as players too stupid to understand our games, or marketing. I wonder how long this current Nintendo psychosis will last. Seeing how market rejection is not as abrupt as in the case of the Wii U, I expect a decade at least. Thank you. And that's from Sean Malmstrom's internet blog. So what do we think of that? Now, I don't agree with everything in that. I think he's really harsh on the Miyamoto. I think blaming Miyamoto for the hardware direction of the 3DS is complicated. And fucking talking flowers are absolutely wonderful. I love the talking flowers. But aside from that,
hey, you can buy the toy.
Huh?
I saw that there was a toy for one that you can buy, a talking flower toy in a book. A buck too. Woo!
Well, the book, yeah, and I'm not going to buy the talking flower, although I might buy one for him as much as he fucking hates it, just as a troll gift. I'm not going to buy the talking. I'm not going to buy the book. To me, it's just my reaction to that book is like, oh great, more shit to buy. Like this is just a merch company now, is what I was thinking to myself.
Yeah.
I was really mad when I was seeing that. I've cooled off, and there's things I really love about this direct now. But what do we think? What do we think about the overall idea of that letter in terms of the pattern of Nintendo psychosis that shows up when they get overconfident? And it's not just Nintendo. We've seen it. We saw it with Sony after the PS2 success. We saw it with Microsoft
Capcom,
after the 360 success.
Capcom too.
Maybe
Capcom. Square Enix is doing it like super hard. Like I can't believe how bad Square Enix is doing it.
So maybe
like
so
it's
so to address.
And speaking of Capcom, oh my gosh, that one dude, former employee of Capcom, spat in his mouth saying Nintendo's just defending themselves. Yeah. I'm like,
and I do want to. We are going to talk about that as a subject 100%, but we'll get to that because I want to stay on the direct for now.
But kind of getting back to what you were saying, I feel like Nintendo.
Real quick. Maybe it's unfair. What I would say to Sean is maybe it's unfair to call it Nintendo psychosis, although that is really funny. That's really fucking funny.
Yeah.
Maybe we should call it games industry psychosis, right? Because
that's a better term of it because they all experience it. It's like they have to be constantly humbled and like put back in their place. Like they have to be kind of like smacked around a little bit. What are you doing? What are you doing? And then they don't have a good period. It's like, okay, let's get back in our consumers' good graces.
Yeah, it seems.
But I feel there's a fine line. Like I feel like we're getting to the point now where the lines are getting too cross. Like you're going to a point that's like, if you keep going this direction, I don't think there's going to be getting back in no good graces. You're going to get to the point where you're going to burn bridges so bad that consumers are just like, I don't care anymore. And I mean, I know how you and Jay are about the Steam Deck, but I'm telling you, man, if they keep plucking away at those PC handheld gaming machines, I don't know. I feel like it's going to give, outside of having the first party titles, it's going to give them kind of a run for their money because there's so much that you can do on it. There's so much freedom. And I don't feel like I have to be enslaved by these corporations and rely on them to get my gaming needs anymore. I have always been somebody that wants game consoles, that always wants physical games, but they are muddying the waters so much that eventually there ain't going to be no water left. It's just going to be mud. I
can see that. My problem with the Steam Deck will always be that there is no physical gaming. Now now there is a other side to that, which is that it has access to the Steam sales and the GOG sales and all of that, which are great.
And you get to keep your GOG games.
Yeah, Steam.
And then also, I mean, you can dump your own games and whatnot. But it's like, here's the thing,
which is my argument.
If you're okay with gaming, if you're okay with gaming on PC and playing on PC, which I know you are
I
because you
am.
play games on PC,
Yep.
why would you be against something like the Steam Deck or another PC handheld machine? It's got the handheld aspect that you like from the Switch, and it can do all these other things that the Switch can't, and you're not having to deal with just greediness from one company. If you don't like a certain digital store's prices, there's tons of other digital stores you could buy the games from, and then you have the access to all your GOG, and then this and that. And I don't know. I
Well,
feel
part
like
of it
I'm
is
really enjoying the
I kind
freedom.
of have a different. I kind of have a pretty shaded view of the one because of my physical predilections, of course. But two,
Yeah,
I'm going to have to re-examine it now that you're saying some of the positive stuff you're saying because you're a friend of mine. I trust you. OJ from Player Essence put out a video about why he sold his Steam Deck, and it was a pretty he gave a pretty negative perspective on it in terms of battery life versus Switch, um, some of the complications of trying to get games optimized. Where with the Nintendo with the Switch, he can just pop the game in and be going. So part of that is
I
also
mean, yeah, but that's what a console is. A console is a streamlined
yeah,
device made to do this particular thing. And a Steam Deck, it's got its gaming mode, but it's also a PC at the same time. You can't compare the two side by side like that. I get what he's saying,
yeah,
but it's like that's like apples to oranges. It is a portable gaming PC. It's not a portable gaming console. It's different. The problem is consoles are trying to be so much like PC without offering that freedom, which I've said that so many times. If I had $1 every time I said that, I'd be rich. Uh, but they're still locked with all the restrictions of consoles, and they're getting more and more egregious and expensive to the point that it's like, why would I want to spend $400 or $500 getting this when I could get this portable PC? I could use it like a PC. I
right.
could play all my PC games on it. I could do so much with this. Whereas with the Switch or like a PS5 or something, all I can do is this and this terrible ecosystem of not knowing if I'm going to get real physical games. Because if all the third party titles, or most of them, are going to be digital or key cards, anyways, you might as well get them on PC or get them on another platform if you have another physical platform. If
One
you
of,
don't, then get on PC.
I feel like one of the biggest deciding factors for the Switch's success is going to be how many people think like us versus how many
Yeah.
people don't. Because here's the thing: for me, the Switch 2 has a big fucking problem, and that is the
Hmm.
goddamn game key cards. It's a big
Hmm.
problem, and let me explain that. So, I want about 12 games. I want about 12 games before I actually um, jump in, and that was solved so quick on the original Nintendo Switch. It was solved so fucking fast because of all the third party, whether it's indies or later on AAA games that were porting older games. It worked really well. But that's because they were physical. Now on the Switch 2, it's losing almost all of its third party titles to where I'm just like, yeah, nope. I don't care about Final Fantasy, which would have been a huge announcement for me. All 3 Resident Evils, they're going to be fucking game key cards.
Yeah.
The Yakuza games, there's so many of these games that are just like, nope.
The new Dragon Quest remake, or should I say the second Dragon Quest remake, is a key card on Switch 2. It's
Yeah,
not on Switch, but I also read today they said that the saving and the transferring of files is not, and an upgrade pack does not exist at all for that.
unbelievable. But
So if
hold
you
on real
have the
quick now.
Switch,
So we got a guest. We got a new person in the bar. Got to serve a drink real quick. We've got Dragon Summoner 2. Now to tell everybody and introduce him, he's got a channel, and I'm gonna let him introduce his channel. That way you know where to find him. So he also goes by Tiamat. Tiamat, tell everybody who you are, where they can find you, and most importantly, what the fuck are you drinking, man?
I just woke up. I just drink coffee. Nothing else.
Coffee, okay. And where can people find you?
nice.
Oh, I have my own channel, Tiamat D Lord. I stream
Okay.
games and I cover political commentary.
Games and
I
political
was curious what
commentary.
you were up to, my friend.
Not too much, man. We're having an open bar here, and we're pretty much discussing this fucking Nintendo Direct and what we think of it. And this is my second night
I
doing
mean-
it, but what do we
I
think?
mean, well, okay. Honestly, here's we look at it.
Let's hear it.
Look, when you guys were that wasn't say it was you. It was Disparity, Toxic, who needs to be spanked horribly right now because you don't dance on a dead man's body. But
Yeah, that's
topic for another day.
I don't like that either. To be fair.
You don't dance on a dead man's body, and you don't do other things. But no, like, I have an issue when you port stuff from. I don't like it when console ports go to PC, one for one, and I don't like it when PC games go from one to console, because there's a difference between Battlefield for console than for PC. FPS is utterly different. Everything it takes to run is different. Because if you try to take a game from console to PC, you have to adjust the frame rates. Same as vice versa for PC to console. Now, it's good that they're getting remakes. I saw some of the Direct. I don't know all the games that was released in this last one. But I saw some. It's fine. Switch 2 is now their current moneymaker.
Yeah.
Now, if they're going to make money on third-party games, fine. It's just, a lot of those games, when I think of it, I don't see Switch. Like, Cyberpunk. Do not care about it. I know everything needs to be played on a Switch.
Right.
You can say the Switch versus Steam Deck all day. ROG Ally. But the difference between those two is one is still an operating system and one is just a firmware system.
Well,
No offense.
That's a very PC-centric perspective. I definitely see where you're coming from. I think
It's PC, but it's also a fair amount of finish.
Well, yeah, I think
Its compression does not do games well.
Yeah, no, and I get that. And that's part of the problem with a lot of these games is, optimization, etc. But I think when you're looking at a difference between a console like the Switch or Nintendo comes from an integrated hardware software perspective,
Yes.
which is kind of the opposite of PC. So you have the integrated hardware software perspective, which comes from being an arcade roots company, right? Versus the PC company, which is a PC roots company. And so these are two very different paths through the gaming evolutionary timeline, right? And so I do think there's a real discussion to be had. I don't even know if we've had this discussion, so that's interesting, about how compatible the PC is with the current console trajectory, and why it seems to be that more and more AAA games aren't making console games. They're making PC games and then throwing them on consoles. And that's one of the biggest bitches I have.
Either a game is developed on console first and ported over.
Which is, but that's weird when you think about it, because honestly, many of these games are PC games, but they're being developed on the fucking PlayStation as a platform.
Hey, used to be, it's funny, PC games were originally developed on Mac and then ported out from there.
Yeah, Macintosh used to be the OG, yeah, 100%.
No, because the funny thing is, what people don't know is Macs, for all of their weird garbage, are still the best media systems and the best, most of the people, the professionals, at least until the current generation, were doing music and video production on Mac. I hate to say that, because Apple's one thing is they're good at production computers. Which sounds weird. Now, Mac gaming's different. See, when you talk about what the Switch is, the idea is, okay, hardcore PC enthusiasts, and even I hate them. I despise the ones, because let's say a game comes out, like Cronus and New Dawn, which I've been playing.
Yeah.
Everyone goes, you need to play it in 4K. You could be playing 120.
Right.
I'll just assume you play it in 240, 144 hertz. They all go, does this game function? Now, first off, you need to make sure an engine functions in this. I also played Dark Knight, the third Arkham game. I also had to experience in the beginning for a while when cutscenes compressed down to 30 FPS because they had not fully tested it on PC. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing something about that. Yeah, about
one of the early problems is, and you'll see this in games. Cronus and New Dawn has this problem. It compresses down, and the issue is that is a problem with moving. And it sounds weird when you think of it this way, but I think a lot of people are designing their stuff for certain engines lean themselves towards what they are.
Well, and nobody develops their own engine at all anymore, which is a whole other problem. But.
So what is it? Most of Pokemon's on Unity?
I'm not sure what. You know what? That's a good time. That's a good chance to educate ourselves on.
Because like Unity, like look at when you see all of MiHoYo's games or anything that's like a gacha game.
Pokemon is developed. It looks like on Unity. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on Unity. So it's on Unity. What is it? Unity 5. Now, I will admit, new Unity engine, amazing, by the way. Because
no. Scarlet and Violet was a proprietary engine. Oh my god, that is funnier than shit.
Well, actually, the funny thing about proprietary engine, that is what Diablo 4 uses.
Well, proprietary just means it was developed. That means it was developed. It's proprietary, unless that is the name of an engine company. Proprietary.
It's a type of engine.
Well, proprietary means they develop. It's in-house developed. They made it.
Well, there's one that is proprietary, but they also use a. There was a company doing the base software for it. That's where Diablo 3 sprang from.
Yeah.
And then Diablo 4, surprisingly, that runs really, really well for what it is its own. Because when you look at the engine, like Unity, most stuff that's either made for mobile, take most MiHoYo games, are all developed in Unity.
Right.
And Unity works surprisingly well across multiple platforms. Now, does it have that weird cell shading effect? Yes. That's the strange thing. But now, if you're trying to take something like the Battlefield engine, whatever generation it is, compress it down, it doesn't look right.
Well, yeah, that's one of the problems with using an engine. I feel like using engines like Unity, like Unreal, I feel like a lot of the games start to feel samey because they are on that same engine. And engines can have broad sets of tools, but you still have that feeling of, oh, okay, I'm playing the same game again. A lot of times when you play across those broad swaths of that engine, right?
But no, the thing about what makes Unity very good is it goes from mobile to initially Unreal up to Unreal 5, I would say. And if you take up to Unreal 5.3, where we are now, Unity, it was designed initially as an example. This is just an example. Was it designed as a base or to use up that is good and accessible from all platforms? Because mobile, it does go on mobile, because unless you're in China, outside or Asia, you don't have access to gaming cell phones.
Right,
you can get them. You can get them. Because what many people do not know about the Asian market, and this affects Nintendo too. If someone told me, initially a long time ago, I was actually a moderator for, what was it, one of the web games. I'll go through web browsers. They were saying at one point, would the West embrace mobile gaming? I'm like, not the current generation, but maybe the next.
Sure.
And the people who bought out, surprisingly bought out and do PUBG and other games like that are the similar vein, that were roguelike, not that. Take that money and funnel it in. Most people in and over there outside of maybe South Korea or like parts of Japan for a while could only play on consoles or mobile devices. That is why a lot of that in mobile gaming, surprisingly, is very big over there. Now, as I said, gaming cell phones do exist. You can get them. They are meant to game at 60 hours, and they put Steam Decks and Switches to shame.
I've heard of some of the crazy like phone tech and stuff that for example is in places like China. Even Turkey has a very, very big mobile market, PC and mobile market.
I don't know the names of them off the top of my head because I've seen them, because I've thought about ordering one and activating it, but I think it's like a flat, even the payment plans, it's not outrageous, but they're like when you go to buy a phone. But they are designed to play at 60 FPS for like 12 hours.
Okay.
That will give you an idea.
Hey, what's up?
Does that give you an idea? Does that give you an idea how powerful they are?
Yeah. That seems like some pretty intense stuff.
That puts a Steam Deck to shame.
Sure.
I've heard people who can push those to 20.
So I guess my question is, since, and this very, aside from marketing, what is it that stops phones that can do tech like this from moving upstream and kind of disrupting that market
to the U.S.?
Yeah, are they expensive or are they cheap? Because if they're expensive, that answers my question.
I don't think it's just they're expensive or they're cheap. I think it's mostly I would say stuff like that is it could be the network itself.
Okay.
Because the thing is, a lot of them, I'd have to look up what the current ones are. Because I know, like, Honkai Impact and them been giving them away so often. But, like, you can order them. It's just notoriety. It's also the companies that make them. Because a lot of the companies that make them are exclusively mostly Asian.
Gotcha. Okay. So basically, it's one of those deals where they just don't market here, and you have to know about them. So basically, we're tier 3 non-customers. We don't even know they fucking exist for the most part. Is what it
so
is.
You can buy them where, like, you see, like, it's not the AROG phone, but I can't think of it, like the ones. Like, you can find there's specific ones because they're not a known brand. And
do you think that there's an impact because a lot of times people, I think, you have a lot of fear whether it's legitimate or whether it's manufactured. You have a lot of fear with a lot of the products that come from some of these places, just that they might be either bug ridden or that they might not, or they might be cheap knockoffs, etc., or might get you in a copyright snafu. I hear all kinds of fears surrounding those products, which is why, kind of like the Soldier console and stuff, and people are like, I don't want any part of that. Do you think that might be a barrier to entry? Because I'm not saying these phones aren't powerful, but it's shocking that we have tech like that, and this is the first we're hearing about it. So I'm very curious as to what's causing that barrier to take place.
I think it's a combination. You got to bear in mind the Eastern market and the Western market's entirely different. And even if you think there's a barrier to entry, like PC, we're very spoiled in the US. It's cheaper. But there was parts of the world that didn't have PC gaming for years.
Right.
Because of the hardware. Now, given that, It's also a weirder operating system you have to develop stuff for as well. So it's mainly it's a format.
Yeah. So basically,
So
there's a adoption barrier, whereas most of your major AAA studios, etc., haven't adopted this hardware as a format for development.
The initial problem with a lot of phone, if I tell you the flip phone with the keyboard from Tomorrow Never Dies, if you've never seen that one.
Yeah, I've seen the movie. Yeah, the Bond movie.
Yeah, you remember the one, the phones that flip up that have the keyboards inside of them?
Yeah.
Those were available in Europe at that time.
Okay. Yeah.
Why did those things came out, or it was a prototype phone that came out at the end, but they never made it to America because it's either the signal didn't line up, or the companies weren't known or able to market because you couldn't get into the carriers. The carriers all have their pet phones. Why do you not see a Windows phone anymore?
That's true.
It's only
it also sounds like kind of a little bit of horizontal development where we develop similar products at similar different times. Philly, what do you think of all this? I haven't heard. Oh, Philly's gone. He just left. Oh, here he comes. Philly, what do we think of all this, man?
I don't really have an opinion because I had to go to the bathroom and came back. So
okay, maybe so we're talking a little bit about the differences between like console and PC hardware, and he's kind of taking us on a little bit of giving us some insight into some of the tech that some of our Asian market fellow gamers are being able to utilize in their markets, which again, like that whole market is a whole rabbit hole. It is a yawning abyss, and they have their own game. They have their own horizontal development of video games, video game companies. They have different major video games. Like there's that RPG series that's really, really popular in China that's just now getting exposure here. I can't think of the name of it. Something Sword. Well, but yeah, it's really kind of an interesting thing. But yeah, overall, the thing with Nintendo is, and I think how that kind of ties in is Nintendo is looking at Nintendo is looking at a little bit more of a red ocean this time around. I don't know how much of a red ocean. I do think the Steam Deck 2, when it comes out, if they're willing to put that on store shelves, which it hasn't really been. I know in the early aughts of Steam, you had to literally get it from them. If they're willing to get that onto store shelves, I think that could be a contender if it's cheap enough. The problem a lot of these hybrid PCs are going to have, like the ROG Ally X or whatever, is it's like fucking $800, $900. And that's just not a competitor to Nintendo's pricing, and it just won't be, sadly. So I don't know. I feel like Nintendo remains unconcerned, although maybe they shouldn't be, because it takes one hybrid console that can be that quote unquote crappy product for a quote unquote crappy customer that comes and disrupts them from behind and is a cheaper alternative that doesn't overshoot the market with these super quadruple A fuck you games and just delivers good. Like, I think there would be a massive demand for an indie gaming system that you would target maybe $75 cheaper than Nintendo. And
dude, I've already given you one.
You're saying it's the Steam Deck, right?
I'm just waiting. Yeah, Evercade. I'm just waiting for it to have this massive glow up, because if it ever gets some like big like retro, like, and it got Tomb Raider, it got Duke Nukem. If it gets some more of them PS1 games, if they could somehow convince Square Enix to like give them some retro and like make those I don't know, man. Evercade would be like.
Evercade needs to figure out how to get to those tier 2 non-customers, though.
Yeah,
I think they have the.
They can never do that though, yeah. And they move out of just being like a product for like niche people that want retro games, right? Which they should still deliver on that. But if they can ever like cross the threshold at the price point, and they've raised the price a little bit on their cartridges, but they're still around like $30.
And here's how they do it: start courting indie, and select trip. Start doing it, man. But I don't know if they will, because I think, again, the problem with Evercade is they're servicing a niche. And when you service a niche,
Yeah.
that's great.
They got Neo
making
Geo
good money.
cartridges right now, which are pretty cool.
But
like
you
the
can't
Neo
disrupt
Geo
the
ones.
market from a niche. You just can't. Not without moving upstream or downstream. What should say? What do you think about that though, D-Lord?
If you're talking about the gaming, like the problem itself as I said, compact gaming has the problem of, and this goes back initially to when everyone was talking about the Switch 2. Why would suddenly the Switch 2? You're talking a gap in what? Nearly 10 years of technology.
Yeah.
You're talking lithium batteries have evolved, but also devolved.
Yep, battery bottleneck. That's a point I made 2 years ago.
And this is hitting the cell phone market too.
Uh-huh.
You're talking device where we have advanced stuff, but if I tell you the difference between a Snapdragon, like I was looking up the gaming cell phones, surprisingly, some of them I know, but some of them very similar, are using an advanced Snapdragon, but the problem with Snapdragon style is if you use a thin device or you're using a power, there's development costs to get those things done. Not only that, these devices also, let's assume it's a gaming, you also have to deal with rights. You also need the products as well. So you're talking quality of life. It's not just having the others, because it's very easy for, if you wanted to play retro games, the alternative is emulation. But emulation does break copyright. But when it comes to you want an alternative to something,
I just looked it up, and I think so. Snapdragon 8 Elite Fast processor on a cell phone. This phone is $1,049, homie. That's your problem. So again, we're talking about a market that you want to talk about overshooting the market. Fucking PlayStation and Microsoft do that.
What PlayStation's talking about a new console, new handheld as well.
Yeah, they're fucking stupid.
I think I think the time is just bad for that. If that's true, it's like they're talking about like having a traditional PS6 and then a PS
you're looking at Karens and Kimmies that just want to play fucking Mario Kart, man, and that's my thing.
And I mean,
gaming has overshot the market so hard, man. Gaming.
So let me say this.
It's like, what's the point at this point? Because you gave all your exclusives to PC anyways. I mean,
yeah, it's a joke.
Are you trying to do something like Microsoft did with the Xbox ROG Ally or whatever it was? Like, what are you even thinking here? If it's true,
I think the ROG Ally is overshot like way too much.
Oh, it's crazy.
There is the problem, even the Steam Deck, like hypothetically, let's assume stuff is already hard enough to optimize. Because what I do not like in gaming, or anywhere near, when I have to listen to people that unironically say, they'll go, well, this is optimized for Steam Deck. Let's take someone like Skill Up or Shill Up, as I call him. He used to play Division, now he just got insider access, and he's worse than Paul Tossick. But
let's not bash other creators on here if we can.
No, I'm not bashing him. He's just he's a gaming journalist class, but he will always go, does this play great in 4K? Does this play on Steam Deck? Does this do this? Not everyone's graphic horror development. Graphic horror fidelity. No one instantly goes to a game. If you look at a game and want 4K quality, that comes at a price.
Okay.
When someone releases a game, let's just go by the game trailer with gameplay. I can almost tell you what that thing is going to need to run. And roughly, like example, when I saw the new Battlefield that's coming out next month,
yeah,
even though I have a current gen PC, my heart skipped a beat because I know what it's taking to power that.
yeah. Do you see how insane that is? Like, that's nuts.
I know.
You have a
Well,
current gen PC, and you're still like, okay, well, am I going to be able to run this without a bunch of fucking fake frames and shit?
Well, here's the thing. It is actually optimized for what that game is. But that is still the Battlefield engine. The Battlefield engine throws around gigs. Let's assume you have 8 gigs.
Okay.
Or 16 gigs. That thing reserves a video RAM. That thing will reserve 8. Those cutscenes will throw around 8 gigs. There is no longer hardcore splash screens, so to speak.
Yeah,
it is just transitions. You are talking, it's going to toss around 4 to 6 gigs at once. One of the first major Battlefield engines before whenever was doing that. And when you look at a game, let's say like a Nintendo.
I mean, I agree. They've lost their minds, man.
Well, no, the thing is, Battlefield is marketed for its engine, not for as much of the game. And to be honest, it is a game when you want photorealism. But when you try to bottle games into a handheld, that's fun. It is very different. But you can't market out. Because if you go above the $500 mark, you might as well get into a PC. No offense.
Yeah.
The thing is, a lot of what the Nintendo does is when you think Nintendo, you don't think playing Diablo 4. You don't. You don't think of playing a third-party title.
You also don't think of playing something like Doom, even though it was on there. But, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, you can curate where it comes in. And that's one of the things that the Switch did well, that the Switch 2 is just not doing that well, in my opinion, is curation. I mean, they're doing it, but they're fucking pissed in the bed with the game key cards. But you don't have to get every AAA title. What you need to get, or you need to curate from across gaming's past and curate the ones that really matter to Nintendo and would be a fit. So, for example, Battlefield would be one example. Skyrim would be another, or not Battlefield, but what is Doom? Doom would
be. Because that's an Asian mark. I actually think people, and I not that I can't comment on toxic crap anymore. When you were talking about the keycard situation, I think what the Switch 2 is trying to do, and hear me out, this is a theory.
Yeah.
The third party thing is not a Western thing. It's not for us. It's for them. It's for Asia.
Well, I mean, you have both. I mean, I don't even know if there's been any Western third party announced for the Switch really yet, has there been?
I mean, when you're talking about,
they'll be on game key cards, just like the
Cyberpunk is Western.
Cyberpunk, well, yeah, but Cyberpunk's an exception because they have an ideology that cares about physical. I think once EA, yeah, EA is on there and their game key cards too. So I don't think it's an East-West thing. I think it's a AAA.
I think the idea is when you start to get into third party, is Nintendo wants to, because remember when the Switch 2 was announced, they were like, oh, we suddenly just developed voice chat. And people in the West, they go, you know the meme of Japan is about 10 years behind America or Europe?
I've never
in
heard
terms
that.
of culture and ideology.
I haven't heard that. I have heard that Japan is a refinement culture rather than an innovation culture, but I think that's a shallow examination too.
Okay, so when I say this, there's a part of Japan, whether it's Korea, like Korea has K-pop, which is basically pop in the 90s. Japan is one of those people, it's an isolated country, but their technology, wherever we are, they're about 10 years, 12 years behind us as far as culture. Just like progressivism is taking root over there for them, is taking they're going through the culture we did 10 years ago because they're an isolated. But as far as gaming, they go, oh, we have voice chat on a Switch too. We're like, oh, you just discovered voice chat.
Well, I think it depends on what you're talking about, though, Tiamat. Have you been to Japan?
No.
So last time I was there, so for example, right when I went about 8-9 years ago was the last time I visited, and they were at the time it was the 80s. It was all about the fucking 80s with music. But then when you look into something like their stand-up comedy scene, you're starting to see them inspired by comics from like the 1990s, right? Comic scene, and then vice versa. It really depends on what you're talking about. And then some things like video games, surprisingly diverse in terms of where
it's diverse from. If you look at the definition of prime example, the RE engine. The RE engine looks every bit its age.
I mean, it looks pretty good to me, but again, I've never been a huge graphics guy, so I couldn't tell you what's good and bad.
No, okay, when I say graphics for me, I keep my computer at 60 FPS or 100. That's what my monitors are right now.
Yeah, a lot of PC guys like that as standard.
To be honest, the visual doesn't keep up. What you think your eyes see, it's its genetics as much as it is anything else. Does that make sense? You think you want that high fidelity, you think you want that ultra wide. I have behind me an ultra wide that hasn't been opened yet.
Okay.
I still do dual monitors.
Yeah, that's something my caveman ass needs to discover, some dual monitors.
I do dual monitors. So the concept is I've never liked VSync. It's because visually everyone has a different. Like if I walk outside at night, I can see down dark, or I can see down like maybe a mile or so. Make it out. In terms when it comes to gaming, people want an engine, like something that's simple that still works. But when I say an engine hasn't advanced or aged, it's not condemning it. The RE engine is a classic engine. It is just good. Every engine like that is good for what it does. But when I say it shows its age, it is shown it's very hard to adapt.
Gotcha.
Like, because prime example, Capcom used that in Wilds.
Okay.
And you're wondering why that game had issues.
Monster? Yeah, is that the new Monster Hunter that everybody hated?
Yes, the one that tanked, yes. That one, you wonder why that had issues. You went from a closed arena system to an open world. That is not an open world engine.
Hey, that's their problem. I'll tell everybody that's their problem. We got Rise on.
So when you talk about in Japan and other parts of it, they are there, but they started to advance a little bit better because bear in mind that part of the world was the only area making advanced semiconductors for the longest time.
Yeah,
they were making about 60% of the semiconductors we use.
Yeah, big market for that.
Because the reason why you don't see the push on Taiwan is because the moment if China decided to touch Taiwan, you would piss off the rest of the world because they make probably about 50% of the world's semiconductors. And those things are used in cars and everything else.
Right, but let's try to bring this around to the Switch though, because
when in the Switch too, go back to the Switch. This in turn, the Switch is a system designed for that part of the world.
I don't know. I think it's designed
just
for
my opinion. It's designed for kids. It's designed, but their main market, as much as they market here, is designed for the Asian market. They have the Asian market, and then they have the global market.
Okay.
Now,
Give me
if
one
we're
second
talking
here.
dirt,
1 second.
if we're talking,
real quick, one
yes.
second here, before we continue on with that.
This is just my opinion. No. So the idea
So 40,
is
46 million in USA sales, the Nintendo Switch, 35 million in Japan. And yeah, 24 million estimated in Europe, and then other markets is the rest.
What's China?
Yeah, so yeah, China's going to be marginal just because it's a challenging market. But in general, I don't see where this is for them. This sold more in North America than it sold in Japan. It's stronghold country. So, where are you getting that this is for Japan? Because it sure sold a lot. It sold me 500 fucking games for the thing. That's just not true, homie.
Well, the reason I say that is if you think about it, maybe we're talking about the original Switch, or are we talking about the Switch 2?
Switch, well, both, because the Switch 2 is on track to basically do a similar breakdown.
Switch, before the Switch 2 was announced, you had the Switch, which was a generic platform, and the Switch 2 is being set up as a generic platform.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact alone, you don't bring up the Chinese numbers.
There are hardly any Chinese numbers for Switch.
So if you think of, but now you also have the issue. Now, if you want to take into account Japan's issue, I think it's because the Switch 2 or Switch will automatically compete with PC gaming. It's just my view.
Yeah.
The idea, just because in theory those numbers are, it seems like, when Europe or that consume it. Now the problem is, let's assume marketing and you're able to deploy your products globally.
Mm-hmm.
This also impacts a lot of systems. It impacts companies and it impacts things. I mean, something as basic as sports jerseys are, prime example. Bill O'Reilly went to Eastern Europe. He had like a jersey that cost like $50, $60 here. They couldn't get that over there. A guy offered the shirt for his jersey off his back, paid him $120 US.
Yeah, a lot of people take for granted that the Iron Curtain fell, and that is true. But there are some markets that still.
It wasn't even that. You can't even. There's parts of Europe that don't have the same thing.
Oh, exactly.
Now,
that's why you have different distributors in different parts of the world too. There's still parts of the world that still don't have access to American markets, and vice versa. That's 100% true. But Nintendo's not one of those, though. I mean,
no, and the thing is, when you're talking, if the Switch 2, and this is just hypothetical, it's a good entry system. I could be wrong, like on the numbers, as I said, but for me, it feels like it's more targeted towards them. That's going to give them the system that they could become the it system for a decade. That's probably their game plan. Because if you go by the old Switch model, they know they're the go-to system.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you take the Switch out of Japan, and I do think there's a fair argument to be made there. If you remove the Switch from Japan, there is no gaming market. There just isn't. It is Japan's gaming market, whereas market's a little bit more diversified here in the United States.
I'd have to look up you'd have to look up the sales of what actually.
Yeah, it's insanely skewered to Nintendo.
I think the only difference would be how much does Sony with PlayStation have.
Yeah,
Sony.
PlayStation 5 fell off a cliff this generation.
Because there's a big difference between Eastern and Western marketing.
Yeah, especially and again, like the Sony used to do pretty competitive there, but it fell off a cliff this time around. Yeah, it is.
And the only other thing too, people do not know. the next Xbox, which, okay, so I don't know if people remember this. Do you remember the spoilers? Do you remember the leaked conference from about last year, almost a year ago?
Yeah.
With what they were supposed to do, or it was about a year and a half.
Yeah, and a lot of it turned out to be horseshit, and some of it turned out to
be... the thing about the console, the gaming thing, which was the ROG Ally and the controller.
Oh, okay, you're talking about, okay, so I thought we were talking about
that leak.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What they're planning to do till 2030. Their next Xbox is going to be VR and cloud support.
Yeah. Good luck.
And
good luck.
I mean,
in this fucking geopolitical macroeconomic conditions, good luck. Good luck with VR. Good luck. Here's the problem with VR that nobody understands, unless the thing is like, yeah, for rapid enthusiast gamers, cool. But I have a girlfriend. If she were to walk in with me with that dorky fucking headset on,
yes,
like, or if you have kids, you're not wearing that dorky fucking headset. You got to watch your kids or help your wife watch your kids, etc. That is not a mass market product. That's a product for fucking that's a product for your enthusiast gamer and your fucking tech dorks, man.
I can tell you from a PC perspective, if you try to add VR, the headsets, I think Oculus initially was $400.
Yeah, and it's insane. It's crazy expensive.
It was, and we're talking.
That's in addition to whatever your system is.
That's not having the stable PC on top of it to run it, because we're talking even the advanced. So when you're talking about the next Xbox, because everyone's saying Xbox is going to go just to the Xbox Live, like for PC, which is just being a platform like Steam.
Right, sure.
Their next console is cloud support with at least VR chances. Which, now, bear with me. Cloud isn't entirely. That means it's largely going to be no physical media, with half your stuff is going to have to be able. The only perk of a system like that is it opens up a system to where, I don't know if you remember the game Crackdown 2 when it was announced.
I don't. I probably wasn't even in gaming. That was
Okay, so Crackdown isn't a game. They said, how are we going to design destructible environments where you can wreck an entire city without ruining your computer or console?
Is that like where they use voxels or whatever?
Half cloud is supposed to absorb some of the graphic fidelity.
Okay.
So
the problem with having part cloud game is you're never going to own that game wholly. Like, that game is relying on servers to turn off one day.
So cloud in initial is supposed to maybe take, but it's just going to be the base hardware, but it's going to be largely, it's a different kind of development,
right?
And that's what the next Xbox is supposed to be.
Yeah,
it's supposed to already be an advanced.
Yeah, that's
version with cloud, because we already know what.
Yeah, Microsoft is in a fantasy land, man.
But that is not it's a very hard thing. That it was supposed to be. That's going to be announced in the next 1 to 2 years.
All right, so. But man, we've talked about everything but the Nintendo Direct, which is
Nintendo Direct. Sorry to derail, but
you're getting off on a tangent here, dude. We're here to talk about Nintendo specifically.
So, what did you think of the Direct? What was some of your favorite announcements, least favorite announcements?
I need to go over it, but I think I did see some. I saw Dragon Quest was there.
Yeah, what do we think of Dragon Quest VII? That's not one I've played, but I hear varying things about. Thunderstash Gaming was really excited about it, but on the other hand, I've heard other people say it's like an overly long Dragon Quest, and they're kind of scared of it. And then, Phil, you had an interesting point, which is that they've already done this on the 3DS. They could have ported that one over. So, what do you think?
Dragon Quest VII originally came out on the PS1.
Okay.
And then they remade it for the 3DS. It was also on Android, and it looked better on Android. There's comparisons. It's better on a phone than it is on 3DS graphically, performance-wise. And then this is just a remake of a remake, I guess.
Okay.
The big thing is, on Switch 2, key card sucks. Switch 1 is the physical, and Square Enix said today that when it comes to the game, there's not going to be an upgrade path for the Switch 2, and your saves will not transfer over. So if you get the Switch version, have the physical, you buy a Switch 2 down the road, you want to continue the game, you're going to have to start all over. And yes, Dragon Quest VII is known to be the most sloggiest of Dragon Quest games. Like, it's overly extensively long. I don't know if they changed some of that, improved any of that, streamlined it with this. I can't say, but I know originally a lot of people were like, this game is such a slog and it's so hard to get through. A lot of people put it down. And Dragon Quest games are long, but this one just has some kind of pacing issues. I don't know if that was fixed in the 3DS version. No clue. But that's always what I heard about this game.
Okay.
So
cool.
We'll see.
What do we think? What do we think, Tiamat? Have you played that one?
So I'm looking it over because I did not know, because it's been a weird week.
Right.
I did see the Switch 2, the Switch Direct. Like, I did not know they were going to do another one. And then, now, I'll be honest, we're coming up on the 40th anniversary of Mario, so clearly they're going to have to do something with that. They say Galaxy and Galaxy 2. They have... Let's see, Legacy Collection's being moved over. Final Fantasy VII Remake is. Hades 2, Hades 2 I heard about. Air Riders, you already knew about some of these.
Fucking Air Riders, that Bomba Bin, that GameCube Bomba
See,
Bin.
now, I'll be honest, the biggest ones, most of these are all PC titles or stuff they ported over. Now, it's like I heard Origins. See, Origins is going to be Dynasty Warrior Origins. I was like, that's going to Switch? Because they're funny at you. But
it'll be a game key card, don't worry.
No. Here's the thing about like a lot of what they announced is they announced a lot of the third-party titles. Then they announced the big announcement. Surprisingly, was Resident Evil. They showed more of Resident Evil 7. The new Resident Evil is going to be launching on. They announced Resident Evil 7, the new Fire Emblem. That's a big one.
Yeah, that is indeed a very big one.
Fire Emblem. Oh, we got Nish Quick Pops in.
Yo, what's up,
Now, let me say this. There's two games. The two of them are the big games, and people forget. Metroid 4, Prime 4, finally got more of its gameplay out. Mm-hmm. So, you're talking a simulation where the Direct was mainly showing off the third-party titles. This last one was, at least. With the stuff from Mario.
Yeah.
With maybe a few others. Now, if we are talking, that was just theirs. From what I'm seeing announced and everything announced. Degrassi 7, new Pokemon, the DLC, but for the most part, if you just ask me and maybe others, most of us only cared about, it's Metroid Prime 4. I know people who've been waiting for that for years.
Oh, yeah,
but I file that right where I file the people with Silk Song. I'll wait to see it when I see it.
Right. No, we were in the clown makeup for years on Silk Song. before we go any further, I want to introduce Nishquick in here. Nishquick has entered the bar. Got to get him a drink served real quick.
What's up?
What's going on, Nish? Tell everybody.
It's been a real while since we chatted. I don't think we talked this entire year.
I know. Well, when you're back from vacation, and we said we were going to set something up, and so we're going to
I am back.
Up with you. Still got to set up with Tiamat too. A lot of people I want to set up with, but let people know who you are. Let them know where you're at, and most importantly, let them know what the fuck you're drinking, man.
Oh yeah, Nishquick Pops from the channel Nishquick Pops. I talk about Nintendo and JRPGs, and I had a few gin and tonics earlier, but I'm just chilling right now.
What kind of gin?
That's my drink of choice. That's my go-to.
What's your gin of choice?
Nothing too fancy. If I'm feeling really fancy, I go for Tanqueray. Or what's the other one? I just like elderflower tonic in my gin. That's all. Because gin.
Yeah. Oh my God, you're a man after my own heart, man.
Yeah, because the thing about gin is it actually tastes good, unlike any other liquor, which tastes like freaking liquor. Gin actually has a good taste to it, so I'm not picky on my gin.
Well, let me put in the not inbox. How do I share a message again? God damn it, I'm so bad at this.
Where are you trying to do that?
I'm gonna in the actual Midnight Channel chat. Oh, there's the Midnight Channel chat. Okay.
It's the little speech bubble.
Yeah, there it is. I'm gonna share something here with you, and you're welcome, Nish.
Bloom gin.
You're welcome. Try that.
Oh, London Dry Gin.
Try that.
I'll check that out.
With a St. Germain's or something.
Mm-hmm.
Next time you get a chance, buddy, and you are welcome.
You want to know a funny story? Yeah. So once we were flying back from India, and we had to take a stopover at Dubai airport. We went to the lounge and we were just chilling out. And I was like, oh, I'll just go get a drink, whatever, right? Because right when we get on the flight, I was just gonna knock out. I was just gonna sleep. So I was just like, oh, I'll have a drink. I'll have a drink before the flight. And then I go to the bar, and since we were priority pass members, I could get a free drink, right? I was like, oh, can I get a gin and tonic? And they're like, the only gin that you can have for free is Beef Eater. I was like, what? Yeah, and I didn't know what Beef Eater was then. The only standard gin I knew existed was Bombay Sapphire. I was like, what the heck is Beef Eater?
And
they're like, no, the only one you can have is Beef Eater. I was like, that is the craziest name for a gin I've ever heard.
Oh yeah, no, you about to learn today. How was it?
It was all right.
It's all right.
But that's the only time I've ever had Beef Eater.
Yeah. It's all right. So, all righty. So, actually, Nish, I was thinking of you when I watched that direct, actually, buddy. I knew you were probably over the moon.
Dude, the crazy thing is me and my friend were watching it on Discord together. And then during the Mario stuff, we were like, okay, whatever, wrap it up. we were joking about the whole Jeff Keighley thing. We're like, okay, it's been 20 minutes of Mario. Can we move on? Can we move on?
Are you not preparing for the Kyoto Marathon, buddy? I know Phil is.
Oh my God.
Look at Phil.
I was like, okay, Yoshi, I understand. Dude, Mario Tennis, I was laughing so hard when they revealed Mario Tennis because of the name. Who names Mario Tennis Fever? I thought that was so. I thought that was so funny. I was like, "That's the goofiest name ever."
Flippin', I linked you the everything announced. It's in a format that you can see what's ports, and what's what formats they're on.
And so so Tiamat had mentioned. I want to get your thoughts on this, chat. And Tiamat had mentioned that you've got a game like the Metroid Prime 4, and he says, now here's the thing. Now he said, "I'll believe it when I'll see it." It's like Silk Song. People have been waiting for that forever. But Tiamat, we do have a release date now, finally. So I think we're safe.
Silk Song Ghost dropped. And that's a topic unto itself, by the way.
Right.
But
I think I'm 90% certain. I'll put it at 90% that we're safe. We can take our Samus clown makeup off. But how about that fucking bike, gentlemen? How about that sexy fucking bike?
I like the bike. I don't like the open areas. I think the open area is a very big.
I'm concerned they're going to be very lifeless and barren, or they're going to be glorified like load screens to get to the next big Metroidvania kind of location. And at that point, if there's not really much to it, it's like, why did you even put it in the game?
Exactly, they didn't need to waste time to do it.
So
and the thing is,
it for me to be the cheerleader here, but let me try to convince you, gentlemen. Okay. I'm all about the literary roots of the video games we love. Nish, Phil, you know this.
Yeah.
When you look at that bike, how the fuck do you not see Akira? And when you look at that desert,
I understand that. Like,
there's
Akira Tron, I get it, but
there's a sandworm fucking deadly boss battle on the bike. You know it. You know it's coming.
We need to see it. We need to experience it to believe it, because I like the bike
more, because it wasn't enough. But the way they showed it, it just kind of seemed like, she's driving down a long stretch of like,
she fought stuff,
road, and it's kind of.
Can I be honest about Metroid Prime 4?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I be honest about the game? Because I am very excited for the game. I think it looks great. I think the treehouse looked amazing. I think everything we've seen of the game looks great. But I am getting the impression, especially after what we've seen now, I think they're really reluctantly holding back, and I'm very confused why. I don't know why we haven't seen this is everything you're going to get from the game. And I mean, I understand like the game is coming out in December. It's still far away, but I'm like, show us more. Show us like even more, because it doesn't seem like they're even confident in the game anymore. And every Nintendo fan is like, oh, they're confident. They're making it the holiday game. They're making it like this. It's the highest budget Nintendo game. It looks so good and all that. I'm like, I'm not convinced yet.
Yeah, I'm with you, Nick.
And
for one,
and I'm not like, the thing is, a lot of people are saying it's just, oh, Retro Studios has a history of high caliber, highly rated video games. And I'm like, you can't judge a company based off of what they did 20 years ago. I don't know. That's just me.
I agree. So here's the thing, guys. So first of all, they don't know that Metroid is the highest. That's a guess based on its development time. And there's all kinds of things we don't know. Number two, I also have that concern. Like when I talk to game devs, they say deserts are kind of the easiest environment to develop because they're devoid of life. No, you don't have to have a lot of plant life, etc. It's relatively flat. My fear is that they tack this on as a last minute thing. There's a wow factor.
Yeah.
I am concerned about the utter lack of marketing as well. It seems like, and the December slot. I don't like the December slot. This game
doesn't feel confident.
No, this game's being sent out to die. That's the sad.
Yeah.
That is the sad.
And people keep saying it's going to be the highest selling Metroid in the series. It's going to outsell Dread. And I'm like, where are you? It's not. I don't want to call anyone delusional, but I don't see any indication
that seems a little fanboy projection there.
And it doesn't seem like, from what we've seen Nintendo do with their actions ever since we first got the reveal of the gameplay last year in June, nothing seems to indicate that they want this or give a shit about this being the highest selling Metroid. I wanted it to. I wanted to be the highest selling Metroid.
As a Metroid fanboy, I'm angry at the way Metroid.
I want it to be as well, but they're not doing anything about it, and that's why I'm saying, like, don't set yourself up for disappointment, because they're not doing anything to fix it. And here, I'm gonna go on a rant a little bit. I'm gonna go on a rant.
On a bike, though.
Do you remember the whole time, like from when was it, May to July, when there was no direct happening, nothing? I was demanding Metroid, give us Metroid, give us Metroid. Because I was like, okay, Donkey Kong is over. Donkey Kong had its thing. Donkey Kong had its direct. Metroid, give us Metroid, right? And everyone's like, give them time. It's okay. Yeah. They'll do it when they want to. And I'm like, now is the time. Now is June. June is when you market your holiday games. Give it to us in June. What are you doing? They were literally just sleeping this entire time. And I don't think they were just sleeping. I think they were just hesitant and reluctant or whatever. And I was like, after June passed, after July passed, I was like, guys, it's over. Like, it's over. They missed their opportunity. And no one believed me. They're like, "Oh no, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine."
I'm going to deal with that. I promise.
And here's the thing:
so real quick,
if they would have done
I'm
that
sorry, guys.
direct,
real quick,
huh?
I'm getting yelled at bad by my chat. Monster says, "Yo, read your chat. This won't take long. We don't have a lot tonight." So, yeah, let me barrel through these real quick, and then we'll get right back to you. Keep a pin in that thought, Phil. Nish, keep a pin in that thought.
Okay. I don't want you to get into trouble.
Also, keep a pin in it. This won't take long. So we've got.
Okay.
Hope y'all are doing well, which I've already read. I think it was about a year after release. It wasn't selling. So talking about the Virtual Boy. Paul Gale, the Nintendo Legend 90 says. Paul Gale says, "Hey 90s, sup, Paul? I'm Paul too." Paul Gale Network says that's cool. Keithia says the Wario Land for Virtual Boy was the best game for it. Paul Gale Network says Wario Land is a fun one. I have heard good things about the Wario Land game for sure. The Monster says, "What up, fella?" Says, "Bro, you hating hard. Bike was badass. She's a bounty hunter, Phil. Super speed is a power up." So he agrees with me. So Phil, now you got two of us, 2 on 1. We're 2 on 1 in you now.
I don't think Phil or I have anything that.
Cool.
Are we and Monster being simps right now, or are we right?
I don't think. I think Phil and I are on board with the bike. We're just not on board with the desert.
We want to make sure
you have
the
to
bike
ask,
gameplay is good. I don't care if they have a bike. I would have preferred them give us the spaceship, like I said, because that's the iconic thing that Samus has always had since the beginning of the game. It should have been the spaceship. We should be able to travel to different planets, feel like it's a large galaxy, and like fight on the way to other planets. Kind of like in Ratchet and Clank, or remember that? You travel to a different planet, you fight in your spaceship, you level up your spaceship, then you go to that planet and play the planet.
Everyone wants open world until it's done. And here's the thing, I looked up the picture
of the bike. Open world, I said exploration in space to get you to the next planet.
Okay. I could agree with that. Now, I think for what I see with the bike, right, because if I look up what's being released between now and the end of the year, I said PC was a desert. You got console and retro releases, which are going to happen this month and next month. There's really nothing in the holiday market. But when it comes to like Metroid Prime, it having a December release date is not the end of the world for it. I'm going to say this. At
least it's before Christmas.
It's before Christmas. It's the Christmas bubble game for them. And look, the bike itself could be tacked on, because look at a game like Borderlands 4. I'm watching people play it. Right. They expanded it, and then they added basically the equivalent to speeder bikes, like in Destiny, to go from place to place. And that's all they're there for. So hopefully it's not.
So Tiamat, you think it could be a thing where you just use the bike to go to basically like the elevators are in regular Metroid Prime, where you're going place to place, maybe throw in a couple monster fights, and then boom, you arrive.
Maybe throw in locations or something. It's a traversal device. I could be wrong. I
hope y'all are wrong on that.
I could be. It could actually be and I'm sure it's going to have one combat sequence in it.
Now, Phil brought up something too, which is the spaceship. And what's so amazing about that is that was actually the plan for Metroid Prime 3 before the Sakamoto got involved and ruined everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that was the plan. Was she was going to be a bounty hunter, and she was going to go to different planets, and she was actually going to do bounties for money. And the Sakamoto showed up and said, "No, Samus is a hero. She wouldn't do that for money." It's like, you motherfucker, she's a bounty hunter.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Metroid Prime 4 supposed to be the explanation of the... It's supposed to have secrets in it? Because
we're supposed to find out... I'm hoping we find out more about the energy crisis, because at this point, there are no real Metroids anymore. The Metroids have been eliminated, and the Metroids...
How long after Prime 3 does this take place?
That's a good question, because there's the fake knockoff Metroids, and we saw a couple of the Timu Metroids with the blue guy.
The mock Troids, I think they're called.
Fuck that. So makes me so mad. We need goddamn real Metroids. But anyway, that's not going to happen. The Metroids are gone. Nintendo has
If
decided.
the Metroids are gone, why do they still call it Metroid? Why do they just call it Samus?
Because it's not about
the game Samus.
Hey, I will say in Fusion and Dread, there's still a lot of Metroid things going on with Metroids. That's all I'll say. I mean, I don't know if you guys have played Fusion and Dread, but yeah.
So the Metroids are supposed to be the solution to the galaxy, to the Federation's energy crisis. Samus genocided them for, shit, they're gone. So again, this is the same woman who we're told fell in love with a baby Metroid. Because of maternal instincts, fucking dumb bullshit. Like, this is a woman, she killed an entire species, took the last little baby Metroid, and dropped that little fucker off at a science station, and said, yeah, dissect him, good luck. Hope you get limitless energy from it.
So she entered game. So she entered game the Metroids.
What's
Ender's
that?
Game. Okay, familiar with the franchise Ender.
Monster, we're never gonna get back to your comments.
Yes, we are. Okay, sorry, Phil, you're right. Give me 1 second. Okay, so then he says, you're definitely right about the amiibo prices. They're too much. Keith SLG says, I'm a picky eater. I eat my burgers plain, nothing on them, and I get charged for the whole thing. It's a ratchet. Nishquick says, Zoo, what if I hop on? I said, do it. Hell yeah, please. Then the master says, Dragon Quest Reimagined is going to streamline the story mode. My guess is that they shaved some stuff. Apparently they're adding a lot more cut story stuff because they had to redo the script during the PS1 era. He says, I'd hop on, but I'm at work. Then read your chat. I said, damn, because he couldn't come on. He says, sup, Nish, quick. They'll probably do a Metroid Prime 4 Direct. Wasn't there one Metroid
They
left
better do a Metroid Prime 4 Direct.
Wasn't there one Metroid left at the end of Dread? So,
there was certainly one Metroid left at the end of Dread. Haha. That's all I'm going to say.
Which is, because we don't want to spoil, but we need something to counter the
That's what I'm saying. Like, if Metroid Prime 4, like, I want to know where in the timeline it takes place, because if it takes place after Dread, then they're hiding a lot of stuff from us.
Yeah.
I don't think it's taking place after Dread, because
she doesn't have, well, again, spoilers, god damn it. Anyway.
Yeah, you can't, yeah.
Bear in mind, the reason why I call it the Ender's Game is the novel. It's like a series of novels.
Ender's Game is another sci-fi reference. That's a good one.
I just know
because they have him play the war game and he genocides the entire planet, but the crux of that series is after it's done, he goes to that planet and he finds one queen and resurrects the species.
Oh my god.
Did you never know that?
They sorted. No, I've read Ender's Game and I've played the Metroid games. I just never, again, literary connections, either make them or you don't. I just never made that connection. Tiamat, that's fucking brilliant, man. Yeah. Wow, that's what I hadn't thought of. Yeah.
You never heard. That's, some people know that. I'm like, oh god. See, this is where my brain works. My brain actually
that's good.
works.
I've never thought of that.
The thing is, there's a lot of stuff that goes into an Inspire products. Now, I will say with Metroid Prime 4, the problem is it's similar to Silksong. The debate with Silksong was the game in development hell? Has Metroid Prime 4 been in development hell?
Yes.
Or has it been a slow cook process?
It canonically has been in development hell because Nintendo admitted it to us.
Yeah, they literally told us. Whereas Silksong, they actually said, no, we've just been having fun and we're independently wealthy because of all the fucking money we got from Hollow Knight.
I think the two games that are that have been or are in development hell are Metroid Prime 4 and Dragon Quest 12. Dragon Quest 12, they're just saying it's fine as a room is lit on fire. They're like, everything's all right.
Nothing will be in development longer than that horrible Duke Nukem game and that horrible Final Fantasy 15.
Oh, Duke Nukem.
No, I think if a game, how long do you? And that the problem with Prime is if, and this is if, take it like when you think development of Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite was supposed to be an entire new trilogy, basically based upon that engine.
How'd that
But
turn out?
what happened is if you yank out your engine or you change the trajectory of your story,
right?
Because with Halo Infinite, they yanked out the graphics engine about a year prior. They had to rebuild it. And we were lucky we got with Infinite because we were supposed to go through that whole damn Halo. By the way, that was the plan. And that
cool.
Halo is actually cool, by the way, the new one. But with Metroid Prime 4, if they reset the game or reset the script at any point, and then they had to rebuild it, there's where your problem lies.
That's what happened. Yeah, let me tell you what
I'm
happened.
sure that's what they had to do in 2019. Because they scrapped the entire first build of the game and started from scratch.
Yes, I have my idea of what happened, but like Nisquick said, had to start from scratch. So originally you had the Sakamoto working on the game. He came back from developing fucking Rainbow Islands and shit after ruining fucking Other M thematically. And they decided to put that dude on a Metroid again. And then my guess is, although I need to stop being so harsh on the Sakamoto, he did help give us Dread. But the Sakamoto, my guess is the Sakamoto got kicked off of Metroid Prime 4 because it was a fucking another mommy fucking daddy issues disaster. And Metro had to get put back on. Here's Rush. Okay, so here comes my comeuppance because he's going to defend the Sakamoto. So, Rush Dog, what's up, man?
What have I walked into? I got to defend Sakamoto.
You walked into another rant on the Sakamoto. And I was just talking about you that I need to be fairer to the Sakamoto because he did give us Emio the Smiling Man, and I do like that a lot. So
Emio the Smiling Man was a banger, and he got out of the way of Mercury's theme. Metroid's in a good place now.
It is.
He was involved with Samus Returns and Dread, and he got out of the way. So Dread, you can pin on him 200%, but his post, sorry, not Dread, Other M, you can pin on him 200%, but his post Other M track record is pretty decent.
Hey, since I got you here, Rush Dog, because I was talking to you in private chat. First of all, tell everybody a little bit about yourself. You're not a content creator, so I won't have you shout out any of that. But tell them about yourself and what the fuck are you drinking tonight, man?
Not drinking at the moment. I had a G&T last night in preparation for the show. That was not
G&T boys. Let's go.
Just a gamer and love to talk games online with several of the people in the chat here, and a fan of all your content. But not in the content game myself, really.
Hey, Rush Dog, what's your gin of choice? What's your go-to gin?
It's a Quebec gin, Ungava gin. It's from the Ungava Arctic region of Quebec. They've got Labrador tea and all sorts.
I gotta give that a shot.
Animals.
Okay,
how about you, Nick?
Rush Dog, can you link that? Because I've got one link too. It's Bloom, which is my current favorite gin. But I'm also a gin hound, so I need this Quebec gin.
Yeah, most definitely.
Fuck yeah!
I've never had gin in my life.
You need to. You need to.
Gin is the best liquor because it actually tastes good.
Yeah, well, here's the
Are you just saying that, or are you being really honest?
I'm that's my personal opinion.
It tastes like butt, man.
No. You will either drink it and say this tastes really good. I love the floral element of it, or you'll drink it and be like, this tastes like a fucking pine cone. It's one or the other.
That's the thing. Like all other liquors taste like medicine, whereas gin tastes like flowers. It's so good.
That is not true. Have you had Blanton's, my friend?
No. What's that?
That is not. It doesn't taste like medicine. It tastes like fine grandpa's medicine. There's a difference.
Oh my god.
So you're talking. The funny thing is when you're talking about the different generations between drinking. Yeah. I drink more coffee and stuff than I do anything. If anything I ever drank, I drink socially, right? It's like
I also like the bean water. I'm with you there.
I've had it like before, but not everyone just drinks either.
You know what's funny?
I'll drink for all.
Is my friends have like way more milk in their coffee than they have coffee, and my friends can't stand IPAs, and I'm like, guys, you gotta get it together.
Milk and coffee, but no, by the way, milk or cream and coffee is more of an Asian thing that got carried over to the US. where it's.
My thing is if you overpower the milk, you just have way too much milk, and I'm like, that's not even coffee anymore. You're not tasting.
So the idea is that the reason why the westernized version of it is so, part of the phrase, bastardized is because they use French roast acidic strong coffee pressed usually to make it. So or something to akin that.
Yeah, if you have a French press, that is a game changer with coffee. Yeah.
So the idea, it's actual latte, but that's why I said people are like shocked with coffee. Like coffee does have a flavor, but I can also walk down an aisle and find. Currently, I'm having just not budgetary or like constraints of whatever reason that I don't with coffee. I'm drinking. I drink a Mexican coffee. They call it espresso, but it's just strong dark blend for the rest of the world.
Okay. Yeah.
Give you an idea?
All right. So, I want to I do think Metroid is actually in a pretty good place thematically right now. Hopefully, Dread isn't sent out to die like I fear. They really seem to be focused on. They really seem to be focused on this fucking Bomba Bin fucking GameCube title. It's gonna get another direct, and Metroid's not gonna get one. And I'm just like, I
gotta agree with Nish that they should have done a direct, and at that direct they could have also said, also we're announcing that we're bringing Prime 2 and 3 because where are they? Where are they?
Hang on, we don't know that Prime 4 is not getting.
We're gonna have the fourth one. There's 2 and 3 between those numbers. Can Nintendo not count? Because I can.
Well, that's a fair point, Phil.
That's it's a fair point. 2 and 3 deserve the remaster 100%, but I don't think we can conclude at this point that there will not be a Prime 4 direct. Prime 4 is December, so we've still got quite a few days between now and December. I would not at all be surprised if we get a late November, for example, Prime 4 direct. I could totally see that happening.
It could. They have committed. They have committed to more directs now. Now, in terms of Rush Dog, because I'm not sure how long Rush will be here, so I want to get his thoughts on a specific thing. So, Rush, we were talking in the private chat when I posted Maelstrom's Nintendo Psychosis letter. And we kind of came to the conclusion here in the chat that we kind of agree with a lot of that, what's going on with that letter. The only exception being that I would probably label that industry psychosis, since it's not just Nintendo that engages in this. So we came up with other companies that get that hubris going. But you read the letter. You actually read the letter because I posted it in the chat. What do you think about that? Is Sean off base with the Nintendo psychosis theory, or do you think that's pretty spot on?
It's hard to argue with the broad strokes of it. It's pretty spot on, as you said. You can break it down a little bit as to, to be honest, I'm having trouble nitpicking much of it. I don't have it in front of me, but he's, generally correct. And you've said it yourself before, Zoo. It seems, Nintendo kind of every other gen, they kind of, go a little bit to crazy town, so to speak. They get humbled and they come back and they deliver what the market wants. And then they do their own thing and get humbled. And that's been the cycle more or less since the GameCube days, arguably since the N64 days. So, the broad strokes are correct. The thing that's missing from, I guess, Mr. Maelstrom's letter is, if memory serves anyways, it didn't really cover the handheld side of things. And that's what makes the move to the Switch and the Switch 2 so interesting, because there used to be a distinct console handheld divide with Nintendo. And the handheld bailed them out time and again, right? When the GameCube was, doing poor numbers, even the Wii U, they had the 3DS and the Game Boy Advance to pull them, to basically help them stay afloat. If fortunately, it does not look like the Switch 2 is going to be a GameCube Wii U situation. No. But hypothetically, if it does lose all momentum and, goes on to be a disaster, there's no handheld to bail them out. Arguably, you could say the Switch 1 could be that handheld, but they no longer have that clear delineation between console and handheld.
Yeah. So Sean's whole thing with the Switch family of consoles, he's nowhere near as high on the Switch as I am. He thinks the whole thing is a con to basically get us to pay console prices to pay console prices for to pay console prices for handheld software. So he considers most of the Switch's run to be handheld software sold at $60 as console. I think that's fairly cynical. I think it's a fairly cynical perspective. But I think that's where he misses the disruptive element of combining the consoles. And that's one of the things that I think Nintendo makes this both a lot of opportunity and very dangerous. So because all their eggs are in one basket now, this console tanking would absolutely be devastating to Nintendo. That's why I think they're pivoting to things like movies, theme parks, etc. I think that becomes the new second pillar, right? But what do you think of that?
It's an interesting thought. I don't know if I agree that it's necessarily. I mean, it's a second pillar for the company, not necessarily a second pillar with respect to gaming. Because again, hypothetically, if the Switch 3 completely flames out, does Nintendo become a movie and a toy company? Right? I mean, because that's what you'd be left with if they totally lost the plot on the gaming side.
That would be very depressing. I'll tell you, that would be extremely depressing to me as someone who's loved them as a gaming company. Off and on. So I hope
Nintendo always been a merch side company. Anyway.
They have, yeah. That's the thing. And OJ from Player Essence kind of swatted me a little bit on that because I was saying they're acting like EA. I do feel like they are with some of their fucking moves. Like,
think of it this way. Like,
more shit
think of it kind of where I think Nintendo screwed up, and I'll let you too. But like, they were what caused the uproar with them is they go, "We're going to be the first people." Okay, the gaming industry has been on teeter-tottering on the edge of very overpriced games for a while.
Oh, yeah.
And they were like, we're going to be the first $70 titles. Now, let's say for games for PC that are $70, you're getting maybe, what, 100, let's say, depending on hours. What do you think, $1 an hour?
Yeah, gaming, I'll tell you about gaming. Hour for hour, gaming is probably the most packed bang for your buck medium pound for pound there is.
It depends on the game. Like, don't be paying $70 for a game that's only 30 hours. It's like, if you're just padding that game,
yeah, I think a good 30-hour game is worth. I would pay $60. So I'm kind of of both minds, right? So there's games like you said, the padding where I feel like a game's not respecting my time. Like, does every fucking goddamn game need to be 100 hours? Xenoblade? And we're going to get to that, Nish. Get to Xenoblade.
No. But no. But when you look at what Nintendo... I'm going to let you say about...
Yeah, finish the thought real quick.
But so you were going to let... Nintendo also wants...
Well, real quick, though. But on the other side of that, if the game is overly long, I feel like it doesn't respect my time. But also, a game can be too short. But a game that's short and has that good gameplay loop that you can go back to over and over again, shmups are like that. A good shmup or a good beat 'em up. Our friend Electric Underground will tell you, a lot of times those are you get more out of those games over time in the hundreds and hundreds of hours you can put in to a good
You're
shmup.
Talking the Streets of Rage.
Streets of Rage or like a Gradius or like a Salamander, yeah.
What is that? That's why wasn't that the perk of like not Ninja Gaiden, but what was that Ninja Gaiden they released over the summer?
Yeah,
and they were talking about. Oh yeah, no, you forget we're about to get the Double Dragon revival supposedly.
That'd be cool.
But no, the Nintendo has been at this point. They want to do that, and especially with like their third-party titles, their party. But my thing, a lot of people do not understand with pricing of games. Why, when you're buying a console with whatever the Joy-Cons are, and then you're having to pay $60, $70 a game, that's gonna add up. Yeah. That's where I think they were initially getting. It's not that anyone has never said they're not a merch company. Think of it like they're taking a little bit from Games Workshop. Yeah, they make 40K and they make Warhammer, but they're also trying to move into a merch brand.
No, you're right, man. And I think you're correct. Again, that's why OJ kind of came at me and said, "Yeah, you're claiming that they're being overly Murchie, but they were that way during the Switch 1 in your golden age thinking this. And I didn't hear you crying about it during the Switch 1. And I think he was fair to say that. I think that was a fair statement.
Yeah. Nintendo's always been gonna.
Yeah,
and then they actually used artificial rarity to make people go crazy over the amiibos. And now instead of doing that, what they're doing is they're jacking up the price for them.
Right.
So instead of using like artificial shortages, like, oh, I remember when we didn't expect people to want them this bad. Come on, Nintendo. Now you're just like, oh, you want them? We got them in plenty, but they're going to be $50, $60. Have fun.
Yeah, that was something that the Nintendo Bite podcast almost universally, those guys were also not too thrilled with the amiibo price. They're just like, come on, man. Can you give...
I was talking to one of my friends who was saying, like, oh, I wish I could have got, I wish I got one of the Fire Emblem amiibos for $11, like 7 years back, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe they were that cheap back then.
So
yeah, they were $11.99. They were $12, and then they went up to $15. The bigger amiibos, like the Yarn Yoshi or whatever, those were like the $30 ones. The ones in the combo sets, they were like $30 or something like that. But now you're paying like the Metroid Prime standard Samus is like $30, while the Dread 2-pack is $30. The pricing does not make any sense.
It is.
That's
just pretty schizophrenic.
Nintendo agreed.
I think all of Nintendo's prices don't make sense right now. That's what a lot of me and my friends are very confused about. I'm the Mario Galaxy bundle doesn't make sense. Mario Kart World doesn't make sense. Some of the Switch 2 editions don't really make sense.
How much would you guys be? And this is something it's a gaming thing in general. How much would you think? So if a lot of their games are emulatable, that they don't have to really remaster hard, let's assume they're
like classic games you're talking about?
Yeah, let's assume. How much do you think is a bundle? Would a bundle be over worth when you bundle certain stuff?
I think 60 would have been pushing it for the Mario Galaxy bundle.
And it's 2 games.
Especially when they were both $20 as a Nintendo Select each.
So I would have. So how much was the Pikmin 1 and 2 bundle?
I think that was, what was that, 50?
Let me check.
Okay, 50 would have been reasonable. I would have been all right with 50 for Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. But I would have still tried to get it on sale.
So hasn't? No, it said initially it was $50.
Right.
I wouldn't have been okay with it because the situation is different with that. We already got Mario Galaxy 1 and 3D All-Stars.
Yeah, exactly.
So here's the $1 million
game.
So the $1 million question is, why didn't they just sell Mario Galaxy? The Chad move, and then Nintendo investors win and we win because we'll have to rebuy another game. Why not just sell us Mario Galaxy 2 for $40, make us hold our nose and pay it? I would pay $40 for Mario Galaxy standalone. I'm going to find it hard to pay $70 for a game I already own on the Switch, plus Galaxy 2.
There's also the risk, I'm going to say, there's also the risk of every time they remaster a game, and I hate saying this, games have a tendency to lose their soul. Like, if it's a game that's like, okay, there's 2 types of remasters. If a game is ancient, in hypothetical sense, by that, like, say, like, you see a Snake Eater situation, that game is old. Like, it's like maybe 5 engines behind. And then you're updating it. You try to hope you have this work. And you're remaking it a little bit with the storyboard. Yeah. Or you're having to the other thing is you're having to remaster it from the source code. And you're hoping or to make, and then maybe a third where there is, because a lot of companies have been losing their source code. That's why, like,
that's a good point, actually. Yeah, that is a problem that's been happening. I think Nintendo hasn't even been.
Square Enix has been doing it a lot, or it's been happening to Square Enix a lot.
Okay.
Kingdom Hearts 2 lost the source code. They had to use.
How fucking irresponsible in terms of games preservation as that, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to my friend about this the other day, and I'm like, "Hey, why didn't they give a shit back in the day?" And then he's like, "Oh, I don't know, they just didn't care." And I'm like, "Oh, yeah." And then I thought about it as well, and I'm like, think about like in the 90s when they're making games, they didn't think maybe 30 years in the future, oh, we'll have to re-release these games. But at the same time, like when I like it's sort of like me. Sometimes I like get mad at myself when I'm like, oh shit, I should have saved that college essay I got an A in back when I was in like sophomore year of college because I want to go back and read it, you know? So like now I like make sure I save everything because who knows when I'm gonna need it in the future. That's
why I think like Bloodborne. They didn't know what was going to be successful. They were experimenting with tons of different games to try to find out what was going to be a moneymaker because they didn't have franchises then. They had to make the franchises. And they just didn't think about, oh, we should probably save this source code. We're probably going to want to re-release it at some point. No, they're just like, whoops. Well, that sucks. What are we going to do now?
Real quick question for Rush, because I want to get Rush's thoughts on what. So overall, what was your thoughts on the Direct, Rush? Tell everybody what you thought so far.
Yeah, so if I had to give it a letter grade, I'd probably give it a C+ or so, maybe a B-, but being generous. I mean, there's a lot of positives there. I think it was overly long, to be honest. I think it was a tale of mismanaged.
I think the pacing was very poorly done.
Exactly right, Nish. And I think part of the problem, too, is they announced beforehand this is going to be a 60-minute Direct, which is unusually long. So expectations go sky high at that point. People think this is the big one. It must be loaded with, bombshell announcements. And then, with all due respect to Miyamoto-san, he's talking about the Kyoto Marathon. And that ties into Mario's 40th anniversary. So I think, to be honest, it was probably a B+ 35-minute Direct there. If they could have trimmed the fat and managed expectations better. But by saying it's going to be a 1-hour Direct, everybody's, mind. It's a bit on us, I guess, for allowing, our hype to run a little bit wild.
That's what happened.
They set those expectations, I think. But I mean, it's partly on Nintendo. They set expectations high when they say this is going to be a 1-hour Direct. I think they should have broken out the Mario 40th out of the main Direct as well. But yeah, I mean, overall, if I reflect on it, Fire Emblem's huge. I mean, we've discussed this. It's for Switch 2 owners. I think it's going to be. I mean, it looks like a Three Houses prequel / sequel /
Stu, can we talk about Fire Emblem before I have to go?
Yeah, oh, absolutely, Nish. And I was going to ask you about that. So we got it. Yeah, Nish, tell us about Fire Emblem.
Okay. I actually got to pop up myself, but so I'll hand the mic to Nish. Great talking to you guys. And
all right.
Hey, take care, Rush. Thanks again, man.
Yeah, have a good one. Later. Here's the thing. I really I find it funny when people what am I trying to say? I find it funny when like something that I like, specifically like a JRPG or like a more niche game, ends off a Direct or has a very big like role in a Direct, and then people get mad. People get so mad. Like, when the last time this happened was one of my favorite Nintendo Directs of all time.
Okay.
February 2022 is when we got so many RPG announcements. We got Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. We got Chrono Cross Radical Dreamers. We got Live Alive. And everyone was like begging them, oh, please give me a new Mario game, new Mario, and please, Mario. And then we got the final announcement. It was Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I was like freaking out. I was screaming. I was so happy. And I go on the internet and everyone is so pissed. Xenoblade ends the Direct. Xenoblade was the closer. What's going on? Nintendo is washed. Nintendo is dead. This is the peak of the Switch 1. We need Mario. We need Breath of the Wild 2. And I'm like, guys, are you like out of your minds? You just see what you like. Were your eyes open? Were you asleep? Are you okay? And then same for this. Like, okay, I understand. It is the first big, like, legitimate switch to Nintendo Direct. People were expecting their Mario. People were expecting their Zelda. And people keep talking about quote-unquote system seller games.
Yes, I'm
confused. I'm confused. Do you not have Mario Kart? Do you not have
Fair.
Donkey Kong? Do you not have Pokemon? Well, here's the thing.
Phil,
Here's the thing.
Phil,
we are no. Listen. We are we are like in this like we're in this like gaming discussion stuff, right?
Yeah.
But your average Joe is going to pick up Mario Kart bundle like on a whim. 100%. Your average Joe is going to pick up, oh, Switch 2, I'll grab the next Mario Kart with it too. So Mario Kart is a system seller. It has been.
Phil,
it has been.
We don't have to like it. It is, buddy.
I don't like it. I'm very upset with. I'm upset with Mario. Yeah.
$80 is the hard push.
No. That's not. I know.
I don't think most casual people, because they were looking at that and it was like $80. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying based on
console, the affordable console. It's not. So like, it's hard to make that argument for the casual standpoint. But I get what you're saying. I do.
Yeah, I'm just basing it off of what we know the attach rate for the game is with Switch 2. But beyond that, what I'm saying is, this year in 2025, we're gonna have 3 massive system seller games, and people are like, "Oh, I want Crossing to be announced," and I'm like, well, from the very beginning of the April 2nd Nintendo Switch showcase, us small little tiny little minuscule ant group of RPG fans, people think we're like a group of like 1 or 2 people like screaming loudly in the corner. Well, yeah, maybe, I don't know, but we want our RPGs too. The casuals have their casual games. We want our RPGs. And when I saw that, okay, here's the thing. I'm making a video about Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave right now, and I have a like big portion in the video where I say like Fire Emblem closed out the Direct. This is a big deal. Xenoblade did it twice, and people were mad both times when Xenoblade did it. And I was very that fueled my like excitement for those Xenoblade games. Xenoblade 1 DE, Xenoblade 3. And same is happening with Fire Emblem. They're like, oh, correct. I'm like, this means the Nintendo is like really like they know that this is a game that's going to excite people. And of course, like I don't understand when people are like, oh, a Fire Emblem, it doesn't sell as much as a Mario or a Zelda. I'm like, what am I gonna do with that information? Do you think I care? Like, I know Fire Emblem is a JRPG. I know it's more niche. But then you know what I tell them? I tell them Fire Emblem Heroes made $1 billion in revenue. So what do you want?
Shit,
like,
really? Oh, wow.
I did. So like, you want like Fire Emblem is niche. Fire Emblem is niche, but it is. You guys also probably remember the cultural generational movement that Three Houses had. You guys probably remember that it won Player's Choice at the Game Awards.
It did?
Like, people who are scoffing at this game are just being haters. And second of all, I'm a JRPG fan. I'm a Fire Emblem fan. I'm a little biased. But this whole like year, I've been waiting to see what a ground up first party Nintendo RPG is going to look like on the Switch 2, and I finally got to see that yesterday. And it wasn't Monolith Soft, which is fine. I can wait long. I got Fire Emblem now. I can wait another year for Monolith Soft if I want to. Xenoblade is like my life and blood. I need to play Xenosaga as well, so that's my thing.
So let me
reply
to that real quick, because I'm one of those people, and I totally get where you're coming from, and that's why I gave the Direct 2 grades. I gave it my grade, and I gave it a business direction grade. And Prime actually made, or not Prime, but GameBird I think made this point where I feel like this is actually a really good counterpoint. So everybody knows I'm the Mario guy, right? That's my thing. And you should know something about us Mario gamers. We are the most selfish fucking bastards on the face of the earth. And that guilty as charged. 100%. I was thrilled to see Fire Emblem. But the difference I feel like, and you sort of acknowledge that, and that's that when I wasn't mad when Xenoblade got announced. I wasn't even mad when this Fire Emblem got announced. But when Xenoblade got announced, when Fire Emblem got announced on Directs, the closeout things, I never got mad because we're deep into the Switch's life cycle, right? With this particular one, it being Mario's 40th anniversary, combined with the fact that This is basically 2017 E3 for them. This is their big standard-setting show, and this is only from the market direction, from the market analysis direction. This was not the direct they needed in order to sell Switch 2s, but I want to address Nesquik's point that I think he is right on the fucking money.
I'm seeing this as a fan instead of like a business point of view. Like,
yeah. And you're right.
They're going to sell Switch 2s regardless.
Yeah, and we already have the sellers. You are right there. As much as I want to talk about Mario and Zelda, there is no greater system seller per capita that we know of than fucking Mario Kart. Even if it is a diminished $80 Mario Kart.
That's why I begrudgingly have to accept that it is the game that makes the most sense for a launch title. Metro Prime 4 did not make sense for a launch title.
Well, here was.
Actually, it did. I did, but it did not. No, let me rephrase that. Metro Prime 4 did not make sense for a sole launch title. If it was there alongside Mario Kart, it would have helped. But
sure, but
in hindsight, I do not think it was ever ready for a launch if they're releasing it now in December.
Well, and that's the thing is, Mario fans are the biggest fucking crybabies on the planet. We are. And number two, like GameBird and Prime were saying, is the fact that it's like, hey guys, we know that we're going to be in a position to put those games year 2 or 3. Why not try something new and see if we can't give the same effect that Luigi's Mansion got to a Fire Emblem? Because Fire Emblem is there. That's what GameBird was saying. It's fucking right there, man. It's on the precipice of blowing up.
It's so interesting to think of how much glow up Fire Emblem has gotten, because it was it was only like in Japan. It was pretty much ignored.
And it was going to get canned after
games. And the 3DS games just made them explode. And then Nintendo was like, oh, people actually like these? Okay, more Fire Emblem here, more Fire Emblem there, more Fire Emblem everywhere. And for me,
wasn't it the biggest one of the biggest iconic games on DS even?
It was, it was.
I remember high schoolers wasn't DS, but it was.
So Awakening.
It was the 3DS.
Was it Awakening that kind of gave the revival? It
was Awakening.
Okay.
Awakening saved the series.
Saved the series, and then
Awakening saved the series because it made it more acceptable. It got rid of the steep, difficult. You could still turn on the permadeath, but it got rid of that by giving you an option, and then it made the voice acting and the
it just made it more approachable.
Yeah. It really made it more almost kind of like Persona-esque a little, with that kind of social aspect and talking and building relationships and stuff, and it just clicked with people.
Well, and I think
honestly, I could see them, and I don't know why they haven't. I could see them creating a Fire Emblem animated series, which would be amazing, and I don't know why Nintendo hasn't done it.
I already thought they had a manga and an anime series adaptation.
Yeah, but I love Fire Emblem. I'll be honest.
Me too.
Dude, I've got a backlog of Fire Emblem for the 3DS and the Switch I have not touched, plus the Warrior games. So it's I loved seeing it. The characters look awesome and it's very interesting. But I know for me, my backlog, I'm not going to get to it, so I can wait.
It's Fire Emblem, I'm going to have to get to it. But
so Nosh brings up an interesting point. If you're talking game launches, when people think game launches, I tap to the sign of Xbox and PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
Think of Microsoft or Xbox. Do you remember when those people are old enough. Remember there's a reason we call Xbox One was one of the greatest generations. Well, it's one of these early.
And by the way, Tiamat, you were right. Monster says there was a casual movie voices.
Yeah. On what?
I'm not. Monster, do you know what that was on? What format that was on? Tiamat's asking, but yeah, there was a casual. There was a casual mode. Oh, there was a casual. Oh, not movie. I misread that. I'm being dyslexic right now. There was a casual mode voices. Okay, never mind. Not a movie.
No, but there is the when you tap to assign you think of a console, one of the Xbox eras had really good. You had like Gears, you had Halo, you have the Hitmans and such.
360 was
like PlayStation 5. Like, I was gonna say, do you think when you think back to the PlayStation 5 launch, has there been any iconic titles?
No. Well, no, Astrobot,
but it wasn't at launch. Astrobot was just like
Astro's Playroom, not Astrobot.
Is like PlayStation 5 era known for any major games? And if they have Gran Turismo, right? Gran Turismo was their counteraction to Forza.
Well, Gran Turismo used to sell tens of millions. It used to be a monster.
Yeah.
Gran Turismo was one of the first video games I ever owned.
Real title anymore, and like PlayStation 5 is so soulless. PlayStation 4 had good stuff, had some good variety stuff, but you can start seeing like Sony just becoming too westernized. And now with PS5, it's like I don't even know what you are. It feels like you're Microsoft to me. Sony Soft, a subsidiary of Microsoft.
Sony Soft, yeah. You always called it.
I want to get back to Fire Emblem.
Oh yeah, went on a tangent. Yeah, Fire Emblem. So, absolutely. So what's your favorite character? I will just say I like Timu. I like Timu Alucard, and Theodora can fucking step on me. They both look cool as hell.
Yeah, he's Timu Sephiroth and Timu Alucard. But I like who I like to call right now is Petra's ancestor or Petra's descendant.
Okay.
Yeah, she reminds me exactly of Petra. So she's my go-to S support right now.
Fuck yeah.
What's her name? Let me go. Lita. She's my favorite character right now.
Hell yeah.
Basically what I wanted to say is I think it looks good. I'm a little nervous though, because if this is riding the coattails of Three Houses, I really like Three Houses. I think it's a very good game. It's not my favorite Fire Emblem because the problem I had with that game is to get the full picture of everything, you have to replay the game freaking 4 times. I've only done it twice, and it's exhausting.
Now that's a really interesting framework. I want to explore that.
It's a long freaking game, and I know the New Game Plus helps so much with it. The New Game Plus helps a lot with replaying the game and a lot of that stuff, but it's still a little cumbersome, and I don't want that to be a staple for the series. Right. I don't think it will be, and I kind of like I know a lot of people hated on Fire Emblem Engage. I didn't think it was that bad, but the thing I liked a lot about Fire Emblem Engage is it was like one and done. You play the game once and it's done, and then you move on. And then for me with Three Houses, I picked the worst route first, and I was like, I don't like what I'm doing in this time skip. Like I don't agree with what's going on.
Now, what do you mean?
And I was like, I didn't know.
Worst route first. Let's talk about this.
I mean, I didn't. Okay. I might start some controversy, but I picked Edelgard's route, and I was like,
Edelgard. Oh, I'm heartbroken. Oh,
but then I will say this: I did Claude's last summer, and Claude's was so good because not only did I like the story, I loved every single one of the Golden Deer characters. I loved all of them, and this is my house. This is like, even when I'm like, I started Blue Lions and I didn't complete it, but when I continue Blue Lions, I don't think I'll feel as much of a draw to the Blue Lions characters as I will for the Deer characters.
So what I'll say about Edelgard is this. As an anarchist-minded person, I sympathize with Edelgard wanting to tear down an absolutely unfair system. My problem with Edelgard, though, and the criticism she gets, is she is a filthy hypocrite, and her means of doing that, some of which was absolutely pointless. Do you agree with those critiques, or do you have different critiques?
No, I think you're onto something.
That's what a lot of people. That's Jay's like. No, her means do not justify that end, and also she is a filthy hypocrite.
I don't know. I just remember. I don't remember a lot of how I felt exactly about what she was doing when I was playing her route. I just remember by the end of the game, I'm like, dude, I didn't expect it to go down this way. I just wanted to like
wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, this doesn't feel right. And then when I did Claude's route, he fights, I mean, kind of a little bit of spoilers, but he fights both sides. He fights both Fargus, and he fights freaking Edelgard's Empire. I forgot the name of it. And he feels very reluctant in doing so.
He's kind of
he's like, oh, I don't want to do this, but like this is what we kind of have to do.
Yeah, he's the middle road. He's basically like, hey, we need to make reforms and changes in the established order, but we can't throw it away.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how Dimitri's route goes. I need to finish that because I know his revolves around a lot of his past trauma that he's dealing with. So I'm looking forward to that. And then a lot of it has to deal with how he views Edelgard himself, because Edelgard is like his antagonist.
Oh yeah,
that kind of tips him over the edge.
He's what we call the good boy route. He's going to uphold the status quo the most, although he also makes reforms. To be fair to him.
Yeah, I don't think Dimitri's perfect, and I wouldn't necessarily call him the good boy, especially with like.
Oh no, that's just the Edelgard stands. That's just mock. That's an uncharitable look at him. Yeah, he's a much more nuanced.
You see how Dimitri looks like post time skip? He's like a. He's got no like good boy bones in him.
Oh no, that is gone because of what's happened.
He's a menace.
Yeah, it is gone because of what's happened. Yeah. Yep, 100%. So, we've got Monster says the new Fire Emblem they showed looked like a return to form. Engage didn't do it for me. Rush Dog has a correction for us. Says the other way around. Forza was developed to compete with Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo goes back to the PS1. See, I didn't know which came first either because I'm just not a PlayStation or an Xbox gamer. So thanks for letting us know that, Rush. Yeah,
I meant Forza was because it's kind of like the various competing.
Yeah,
and it wasn't initial. Gran Turismo was first, then Forza was developed. It just turned out Forza started to become more.
It did.
It's basically flight simulator. It's flight simulator with photorealism with roads. But no. By the way, real quick on the whole thing with like JRPGs and replays, routes paths are very funny. Those are actually the things meant to keep the game like Dynasty Warriors was originally like when you think of routes are meant to be different tellings of stories. That's an old trope for a very long time.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, too, but also do not forget they were launching the Switch 2. Like Fire Emblem is a really good, like it got a lot of not Gen Z, but it got like the 20-year-olds that generation into this stuff. It
did. We see a lot. Yeah, if you look at the data on that,
that is a good starting. But there's also the thing too. They mainly were launching with Mario Kart and Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Mm-hmm.
So you are going to launch a system with your name brand. Now, it's funny that they didn't mention, we're going to have the whole Mario 40th anniversary till now. But that's the big thing with Directs. Directs, you can just... Because not having an E3, they'll still go to games. What is it? Gamescom? Stuff like that.
Well, they'll put a Direct in that vicinity, yeah.
They'll just... That's the one thing with the demise of like E3 and Gamescom. Things can just go, I'm PlayStation or I'm Sony. This is my Direct. This is my Nintendo Direct. This is my Microsoft Live. They don't have to tell people. So Nintendo can basically just go, we have a conference. We're just going to announce it. Now, but with the big thing is they have to get the launch of it. Because remember that list I sent to you from reveals of the Direct?
Yeah, I wish I could. I'm so technically inept. I couldn't open it because it'll X me out of here, and StreamYards does not play nice with that.
StreamYards doesn't. Like, you can
so I'm not able to look at it, unfortunately, without X.
It is literally a bunch of, like, if you click the link and share it, like to additional, unless you're sharing something different.
Let me, well, basically, yeah. Now, Dragons, now Tiamat, if you go here to the chat bubble window, you can also post that link in there, and then I can grab it without turning the whole thing off. But yeah,
okay. Let me.
Yeah, try to put it in the chat bubble, and then we can look into that because there's some cool stuff.
That is
And while you're doing while you're doing that, I got one last question for Dishquick on Fire Emblem, and that is yeah. So in general with Fire Emblem, that was the other. Oh my god, I had it in my drunk fucking mind. Okay, yeah. So talking about Fire Emblem and its growth potential, I really think there is an opportunity there. Especially now that, like Tiamat mentioned, it is getting a lot of younger people involved too. So, like, how amazing would it be to see Fire Emblem pull like a Luigi's Mansion, where it like goes from like almost 5 million copies to 10, 11, 12 million copies? Now, that would not only be great for Fire Emblem, but for the entire strategy genre, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't want to set myself up for that, and also I don't really. This is gonna sound dumb, but I don't really care because a lot of people ask me like, "Oh, what does Xenoblade need to do to hit 10 million? What does Fire Emblem to do to hit 10 million?" I'm like, what does it need to do to get the next game? That's all I care about.
Yeah. So I have to ask, I'm the evil king of numbers, Nish. I have to ask.
Yeah, but the thing is, a lot of the time...
I gotta ask him something.
Oh, sure.
Would you like to see Monolith Soft actually create a new RPG series? Because they're like Xenoblade.
Yes, I think it's happening.
I feel like at a certain point, Xenoblade is going to start to get a little stagnant. So I feel like if they had another RPG or another series,
I think it's happening. I think that's the next game that's going to be announced.
Yeah, they're going to announce something new, but I can tell you right now,
I really would like that last story game from the Wii, the other Rainfall Operation game, to like maybe come back with a remake of that. That would be.
That was Hironobu Sakaguchi. That was in Monolith Soft.
There it is.
Yeah, that was.
I know, but I'm just saying, it would be cool if it came back too.
Yeah. Sakaguchi is being weird about that and not wanting to bring it back for some reason. But I will say this: when it comes to these games, sometimes to get them to sell 10 million, I know this is going to sound even worse, but sometimes getting them to sell that much leads to them losing their identity. And that's not the case for every single game. As we saw with Zelda, it kind of went back to its roots, and it did very well with it. But for a JRPG series, it's very difficult, especially when it's something, for Xenoblade, it's even more difficult because Xenoblade is still figuring out its identity right now as a series. I mean, we got 4 big games, and I think we're still in the very early infancy of the series' life. For Fire Emblem, they could shake things up a bit, but they already are with the Warriors games. I think 3 Hope is the highest selling Muso game of all time, even surpassing Age of Calamity. I think.
Surpassed Zelda?
Totally see.
Yes.
You can totally see a Xenoblade Warriors game. And that would be awesome.
Xenoblade
Warriors would canonically make sense, by the way. That's all I'm going to say.
I can say that.
That would be awesome.
So, we're going to have our own direct to discuss Xenoblade 3, Nish. Going to have that.
Dude, I didn't even know you beat the game, dude.
It happened. And
dude, like, you told me one, I was like, dude, where's your Xenoblade 3 update? Where's your progress? And you're like, oh, I beat the game. I'm like, dude, you never told me.
That's because I'm a drunk dumb fucker that never, like, there's games like, you ought to see the review list I have of games that are half partially done, and I never update anybody. Like, I finally told everybody, it's like, oh, working on a Grapple Dog review. Everybody's like, what the fuck?
Well, okay, Zoo, now that you've beaten Xenoblade 3, I know you have a lot of Switch games that you want to play, but I know you're a very learned man. I know you like to read. I know you like your stuff, right?
Sure.
And I know you I know you're interested in Carl Jung, Sigmund Freud. You're interested in what's that? Jewish mysticism, Gnosticism. You're into that kind of stuff, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Drop whatever you're doing right now and play Xenogears already. Just do it.
Xenogears, I need to find a way to do that. I need to find a way to do that one for sure. But at your advice, I've already picked up another 100-hour game, and I was playing it before this liquored up live and getting into the city I call view.
Okay. All right.
I've started X. I've started X definitively.
Yeah, having fun in ULA. Right?
Just got
He's
in
just
there,
gonna have to emulate Xenogears. He's just gonna have to emulate.
I will figure it out.
Yeah. And please emulate it, please.
Okay.
Dude, I'm telling you, Xenogears is
I will
just
do that.
man. Even the opening, the opening cutscene. Oh my gosh, it's such a good game.
Okay.
Like there's so much to that game.
What I will say about
I adore that game.
is you'd mentioned that it gets eventually stagnant, but I will tell you, I am 4 games into Xenoblade now, and it is not there.
Well, no. I'm not saying that it's stagnant yet. I'm saying that it can be, because a lot of series get that way. Like I love Kingdom Hearts, but I'm going to tell you, Kingdom Hearts 3 was rough for me. Like I feel like that series had it went off way too far with all the spinoffs and the different games and the weirdness.
Final Fantasy is doing the same thing.
It was too much.
Final Fantasy is throwing shit at the wall and trying to see what sticks.
The idea is mass market. Mass market. Yeah. I've said this before, because you look at WotC. Like, when you think of Magic the Gathering, right? You don't think Universes Beyond. Like, they're going down the Universes Beyond route. But Wizards was one of the first, when you think of broadening your market, I say there was no such thing as a mythical wider market, because if you're already a niche, this is what Warhammer probably runs into, especially.
Yeah.
As you think of a broader, you're a very expensive hobby, and then you're already popular mainly among neckbeards. Now, think of this Nintendo and any franchise. Now, you bring up something interesting, because this is a gaming theory I've had for a while. Everyone wants to think we're going to have the game that hits 10 million. We're going to have this. Okay, think of this. Gears Reloaded, when they did the last major Gears update before, sold only 3 million day one.
Yeah, it's hard.
Now you're talking this last one they did, Reloaded, sold 1 million, barely. And look at a game that is as good as KCD2. They're we get 2 million cells total, or we get Space Marine.
Right,
we're approaching
and I get that, but homie, that's what I'm trying to say. This is Nintendoville. The standards are much higher sales-wise.
I would hope it's higher, because the idea. But here's when you start looking at a market. Yeah, if they shit out another Animal Crossing.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
fuck.
Oh, God. That would be like Star Wars normie stuff. But I'm thinking, too, this is just a theory I have. It's what Nasha does. They want these numbers. But I think gaming is now too diverse amongst the various brands in time. Because as much as I love a game, I know with Diablo 4 season that kicks off at the end of this month, that's 60 plus hours I got to put into, let's assume, a character. I'm doing at least 100 hours in that character in this
season. Yeah, long.
That is, you're talking, because there was a theory, it goes back. A lot of these games were being developed to keep you in this game. Even hell, you look at a game I started to see it with Destiny 2. I'm you either bounce from game to game, finish the seasonal content or a game, and jump into a long-term RPG. Or that game is keeping you there for 100 hours, 100 plus hours.
Okay.
Does this make sense in a theory?
Yeah,
like,
no, I'm
a lot of these games now, including if they're single player, like I figure like Cronus and New Dawn for me is my game. Because remember, let's say I gain 8 hours. That 8 hours is going into that. Yep. My stuff for the last 2 months has been, because I took away from playing Diablo and Fallout 76. Yeah. I went into Dune Awakening. I'm 700 hours into.
Yeah, no, I've seen you playing that. By the way, I've stopped in a couple of times, and yeah, you play the shit out of that. And so basically, what you're saying is, in terms of like the mega market games, there's a lot of gamers that aren't reachable because they're already they've already found that game. I'll give you a great example of this from my Morrowind, fucking Morrowind. Oh my God, does that monopolize so much of my time? When I could be not being a lazy piece of shit and making some Switch reviews, right? But same thing.
But you're getting what I'm
honestly,
saying.
It's good that you said Morrowind, because there's something that I wanted to say. And I was going to respond to Rushjog the other day because in your Discord, he said that he thinks you're going to buy a Switch 2 next year. And I was sitting there and I was thinking about that. But the question is, why should he? And the reason why I say this is because you have multiple Nintendo Switches. You have a massive Nintendo Switch backlog of like 400 or 500 games.
Yeah.
You adore Morrowind, that you would spend all your time playing that game over and over again if you could, over even your Switch games. So it's like, why should you buy a Switch 2 when you haven't even scratched the surface of your Switch backlog? At that point, you're just spending money to spend it.
So can I answer
even
that?
If there's a game on there you like, at this point, it's like, and even Jay had told me that he's thinking like, oh, I kind of want to Switch 2. And I was like, but why?
Fire Emblem.
It's like, you already have this big backlog. You have all these games.
Fire Emblem.
You have all the... Huh?
Next, Fire Emblem.
What?
Next, Jay wants a Switch 2 for Fire. And next question, Fire Emblem.
Yes, exactly.
They
Scratched
his itch. They scratched his itch.
Here's the thing, though. A lot of times, is it really our decision to want these things? Or are we being influenced by everyone else? Because when you get on social media,
of course.
You're seeing all these people excited for this stuff, talking about this stuff. Influencers,
you're right.
That's what they call them, YouTube influencers, who influence you to be interested in certain things. And then at this point, it's no different than if you were being peer pressured, like in school. Oh, dude, go do that. Go pull their pants. Go give them a wedge. And you're like, you don't want to do it. You do it anyways because you want to be one of the cool kids. You don't want to be left out. You do it. You might feel a little weird about it, but then you get over it because, you're part of the in crowd. You don't want to be left out. You want to be in the talking points. You want to be able to share in all the discussion. But it's like, and then if you end up buying it, like you buy the Switch 2, you buy the games, you're like, you look at your collection, it's like, I could already play all my Switch games. I have, you know what I'm saying?
So
it's
like, so here's my
now we're spending money.
Guys, I'm gonna hop off, but it was good chatting with y'all.
Oh, okay.
Anytime, Nish, and hit me up when you get some availability.
We got to do Xenoblade 3 discussion eventually.
You betcha, homie.
I will say this though. When you look at like, does a game ever strike you as a day one for you? Like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was like, but I think this year, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and I'm like 300 hours into that. Like the idea,
I didn't even know.
That game is long when you do every quest, by the way, and then you have to walk back. You don't want to know my Baldur's Gate 3 is that god awful amount.
Dude, I don't even want to see what my Baldur's Gate 3 numbers were when that came
out. It's like a day one. Cronus and New Dawn was a day one for me. It's hit or miss, but it is niche. But it wasn't like a $70 game. It was a $50 game.
Right.
But my thing is, it's like, I don't think one game should be a reason why we go out and spend a bunch of money, spend another $400 or $500 on another console for the one game. And then we end up starting to get in that thing where we're buying a bunch of games, building this whole collection, when we still have a whole collection we can already play on the device that we have.
So real quick, before we explore Tiamat's next point, I want to answer Phil's point real quick. So to answer your question, the answer is I shouldn't be. I should not be buying a Switch 2. Now,
exactly.
as to why I would do it, why would I do it? So I shouldn't be. But the answer is I'm a sick fucking puppy. That's why. Because
we all are.
I am sick. I am sick in this corporatist capitalist hellhole we've created. And I need my fucking Switch games. And maybe one day Switch 2 games. Maybe. Not committing.
But and I kind of touched on that in my videos about the collecting issues, because in the 90s, like, we didn't have social media where we had all these people influencing us, telling us to buy stuff, getting us hyped up, getting us pumped up. When you're around that all the time, it's like, am I buying this because I really want it? Or am I buying this because everybody kind of convinced me or pushed me to buy it?
You're doing it because you were persuaded to do it. Nobody, and you did, Phil. You did back then. It just took a different form. No, most people, very few people actually formulate their own opinions. We have science on this. You are given your opinion by the media you consume and the people you talk to. That becomes an amalgam of your opinion. That is a fact.
That's true.
That is an arguable fact.
I'm really trying to break that myself and be more aware of it, because it's like, dude, I have way too many games.
Yeah.
I don't need to buy another system. And it's like, the new Fire Emblem looks cool, but I've got all the other Fire Emblems I haven't even played. Like, I think I got pretty good progress into the 3DS, Awakening, and then I just fell off. But then it didn't stop me buying more games. So it's like,
what saves a backwards
backlog, man.
What saves a game system like PlayStation is it has backwards compatibility, where there was no reason to like, I know of people, and I've seen this in, like, as an example. Think of this as an example. There were people who were like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy PlayStation 5 because of one title for it." Then it goes and sits in the corner. The only thing that saves, like, a game system like Xbox or that with a launch title, they have, like, some systems you can't think of a good generation, is backwards compatibility, that you can play your old stuff. That's it. But with me, my general philosophy on games is I don't buy a game. I don't have a backlog because I don't buy a lot of video games. I play a game that I'll buy it and I'm going to complete it.
You're definitely doing it the right way.
Yeah, you're a wise man.
You're doing what we used to do in the 90s. Like, I watched this YouTube video of this girl. She was younger, and she was, like, talking about the difference between, like, modern games and older games, and how, like, modern games hold your hand so much. They literally have a big flashing Looney Tunes arrow that tells you what to do and where to go. But if you go back, you play an old game and then you drop it after a month and you boot it back up, you're like, where do I go? What do I do? I don't remember. There's no guide. There's none of these tips that tell me how to do everything. You literally bought a game back then and you played it from start to finish. There was no, like, dropping it and picking up a dozen different games like we do now.
That's true.
We're too spoiled. We have too much.
You're right.
That is constantly trying to beg for our attention, that we're just buying everything with the hope that we'll play it, and we never will. That's how I bought a PS5, because of the whole disk drive attachment fear, and I didn't want to not get the original PS5. And then I bought like 100 PS5 games, and how many have I played? None.
Yeah, and you're right, buddy. And here's the thing. You're absolutely right about, like, back in the day, you played what you had. And sometimes this bit you in the ass too, man. Sometimes it bit you right in your fucking asshole, because if you went to Sears, I'm gonna give people a blast from the past. If you went to Sears and you picked out Super Pitfall for the NES, and that's the fucking game you picked, guess what? That's your game that you're going to be playing outside of store rentals. That is your game that you're going to focus on for the next 4 months, and God help you. You are a Super Pitfall
I made
gamer.
that bad mistake.
Yep.
I remember it being my birthday, and my mom asked me what game that I want to buy. And I should have said, I want the Tiny Toons game that we rented and we played. Yeah. The platformer where you could choose as Plucky, Dizzy, and Buster. And because it was really fun. I played with my mom. We took turns. I didn't choose that. I chose the Simpsons game, and it was not good. It was terrible. It was terrible.
Then you saw that Simpsons box art, and you said, nope, that's the one. Which Simpsons game? Was it Bart's Nightmare? Was it which one?
No, it was the one where you're going to these different locations and you're like rolling down on the NES. You're rolling down with your skateboard and you're having to avoid things. And then sometimes there's a platform section. And then sometimes you can get the super bar up. But it was such a bad game.
Was that Bartman versus the Space Mutants, maybe?
It might have been. I don't know.
It was so bad.
Or it might have been the Simpsons NES game. I think it's, but it was not good. It was not good at all, and it was a terrible purchase. I should have got the Tiny Toons game because it's the only game my mom would have played with me, and I was stupid. So I literally made that mistake. And I remember most of the games that I actually played as a kid on the NES and SNES were games that I rented because when you bought a game back then, there was no like GameStop or whatever. You were stuck with it. So if you chose a bad one, and they were so good at making you buy bad games back then because the box arts looked cool, but the games were really cool.
So quick comments, roll. Yeah, Rush Dog says everybody rolled Snake Eyes a few times when picking a game based on the box art in the 90s. Monster says 100%. Monster says Xenoblade X is amazing, which so far I haven't gotten enough into it to say it's amazing, but who are we kidding? It's Monolith Soft. It's going to be great.
Yeah. Even their worst game will be great.
Rush Dog asked, have you played Salamander 3 yet, Zoo? I have not because tragedy struck, Rush. Because of the stupid limited run games policy of bundling other games you bought it with. I usually am smarter than this. I bundled that game with other games that aren't out yet, so they haven't shipped my Gradius Origins yet.
I think you can actually contact them now, and they'll split your orders. They changed their policies. So I think I'm
going to do that tonight then.
And you know, speaking of limited run, man, the fact that they got like, I am not happy they got that Trails remake collector's edition, and I'm not happy about the Star Ocean, the first Star Ocean game, because the second one was retail, and now I'm like, this. It's driving me nuts. The kind of games they're getting.
Limited Run was designed initially. Sorry, Limited Run was initially designed for just FOMO.
They're creating a monopoly, and they're getting all of these games that should have already had a retail release. Like, I'm sorry. I just don't agree with what they're doing. You're supposed to be helping indie developers get their games out physically. Instead, you're trying to corner the market and get every single other AAA publisher or AA publisher that has a money to put out a physical, and now you're making them, well, just go through us. It'll be easier. So you're making these publishers lazier. More lazy, where they don't even want to put out their own physical. And then that means we have to go through you, and that means less retail releases.
They're destroying, because they're making even games that should be retail releases be limited, and that also deprives people. Let's say you don't have the money right now for that game that should have been a retail release. Well, now you're shit out of luck and jolly well fun. Go to eat. And it sucks.
And you also ain't going to get a discount on them either. You're not going to be like, oh, well, I can wait for the Star Ocean game a couple of months and maybe get it for like $20.
It is controlling the pricing of even used games. It sucks, Monster says, Fire Emblem Awakening was the real movement for the series. 100% going to get a remake someday. And Rush Dog says, Fire Emblem was on death's door. If Awakening didn't sell, Nintendo was going to put the series on hold, a la Other M, which... thank God it sold. Mario Kart DLC, Rush says, would have been better received than DK DLC in the Direct. Well, considering that it literally is a carve-out of what you could do in Mario Odyssey already. So Mario Odyssey at the end of the game, for people who don't know, you can go to the Mushroom Kingdom.
Don't worry, Rush. We'll get that Mario Kart DLC. You'll get your $40 Mario Kart DLC.
You're going to get it by Mario, Rush Dog says, Nish makes a great point. Mario Kart and Donkey Kong are absolutely system sellers. The problem, as I see, is Nintendo lacks a Switch 2 exclusive system caliber title for the holidays. And Pokemon kind of takes care of that, but the problem with Pokemon is it's also going to be on Switch 1, and we don't know what the split's going to look like yet, right?
Yeah.
Monster says Galaxy 1 and 2 should have been 40 to 50, and that's it. I believe Pikmin was 50. I got it. Yeah, and you were right on that, Monster. Yeah. Still got months to get a Direct. And he says, you haven't had a good whiskey or vodka then. Definitely a big coffee guy. Yeah, so if you're not into, got to have a good whiskey or vodka, Nish, for sure. Then he says, Rush Dog, yo. He says, I still have faith that Dragon Quest 12 is going to be rad. I'm pumped they're trying something more darker. Yeah.
I just hope it's not action-based, because I really hate when Square Enix just pushing everything into an action format. Like, just don't. Like, leave. You want to do it for spin-offs, it's fine, because they have had Dragon Quest Warrior spin-offs, and that's okay. But let's just keep Dragon Quest, traditionally what it was. Because I feel Final Fantasy got ruined when they turned to action-based.
Sure. And then finally, Monster says, I don't know the timeline very well. Would love Prime 4 to be after Dread. And then also Tiamat D-Lord says, Rush Dog says, no! Yeah, I fucked up, Rush. I fucked up hard on that one, because that was my game of the year, and now am I going to even get it this year? Let's see. But thank you, Phil, for that. I will call them. Tiamat says, limited run is FOMO. It's meant for niche or was to make special editions, and it is being abused. Yeah, Monster says, I don't agree with the Star Ocean take. Can understand your other thoughts. Yeah. Rush Dog says, small indie startups like Square Enix have to work with limited run, Phil. What other option do they have? And then Square Enix, as a company, is cheap as hell. Yeah. Fucking game key cards nonstop.
Well, Monster, the reason why I said that is because Star Ocean, what was it, the second story, like remaster, remake, that was all retail from Square Enix.
Yeah.
And there's no reason they couldn't have done the first game themselves retail as well. So that's why I'm like adamant against it. They already showed that they could do it once. Why can't they do it again?
Yeah, they're being cheap. Well, he did put the caveat that Square Enix is cheap as hell. So, okay.
Yeah.
So Tiamat gave us some amazing information here. Here as far as this chart. And I want to pull this up so everybody can see it. And we get a good zoom on this. But look at this shit. I want you to look at this info here and look at what's going on here. So, port. New info. So in terms of actual world premieres showed at this Direct, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got 8 world premieres out of like the 40-some plus games shown. I don't know. That seems... And OJ will have the actual breakdown on this. I'm sure if he's watching, he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but that seems like a lot of non-world premieres for a Direct this big for 60 minutes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As I said, look at how much of the games are. Look at how much of the games are third party.
Yeah.
Dude, they're going to get Sparkling Zero later this year. What I also linked was the 2025 release of games.
Yeah.
You know how many games in 2025 we're either waiting for GTA's release or something different? And they're like, we're going to have all these games going to be released in 2025, early 2026.
Right.
This year has been a desert. Like, seriously. Like, it's kind of crazy. But when you look at what things are competing against, go look at the releases. Those are the only announced games this year that we know of. And then you have all the projects below it, which could be released. Because, like, when I said, like, Cronus and New Dawn, I've been waiting on that game since I saw the trailer last year. That game got a launch. They go, oh, we're just going to go balls on the table. Game's going to release in 2 weeks. I'm like, okay, fine. At least you didn't do like the day of.
Right. Yeah. What do you think is causing that? Do you think everybody's just terrified of being in GTA? Do you
GTA's presence?
Yeah, do you think they're just terrified to be anywhere near that fucking
thing? There's a person that hangs around with LG and okay, so they had 2 games lined up.
Okay.
For money makers for them this year. One is GTA, the other one is Borderlands 4. If you haven't checked and you have friends on Steam, how many of them are playing Borderlands 4? Now, the reason why they didn't want to... He said they're not releasing GTA 6 because they don't want to screw with Borderlands 4. The problem with GTA is going to go to console first. It's not going to go to PC.
I mean...
So I'm kind of like, why does that matter?
Well, I'm asking why that matters too, because and maybe I'm just out of touch as far as some of these newer games. Is Borderlands that big a deal? Wouldn't GTA fucking crush that like a baby?
Well, the problem is, let me say this. The theory is anything that's in the vicinity of GTA,
it's going to blow it out like a fucking candle.
Grounded for like 2 months.
Yeah.
I said GTA could be the wokest, garbagest game ever made in dev hell since it's been done for 10 plus years. It's been at least 10 years in development.
Do you really think that GTA is going to be a garbage game, though? I mean...
I just said if.
Yeah.
It will still sell 6 million plus.
Yeah,
no matter
GTA.
And they will rebrand that for the
in the whole franchise, and it will sell in brand alone, just like Final Fantasy 15 sold brand and name alone.
You're right.
Even though the game was garbage.
So you guys are right. Let's say theoretically GTA 5 was a terrible game, or GTA 6, I should say. Shows you how much I play GTA. But GTA 6 shows up, it drops. It's this monster monumental game, or it's a monstrous disaster. Butter and ham fucking disaster. Yep. Let's say that happens. That game will still sell fine. What'll happen, though, I can tell you, because it's happened with Nintendo series before, the backlash will hit the next game in the series. That game sales will be reduced. By how much, I don't know. But whenever a bad game launches that people don't like, the next game gets the backlash. Because people are going to assume GTA 6 is going to be a banger based on GTA 5 being a banger. So they're going to assume that going in. If GTA 6 doesn't meet those expectations, GTA 7 might be in a little trouble.
But you're also
honest, I don't care how good people praise GTA or Rockstar Games. I have not been interested in any of those titles since the PS2. I kind of think they're boring now. Really?
Really?
I know people are going to think, "Whoa, how dare you!" There's something about them. They just
make me
I don't know. I just don't like them.
I didn't own any of the systems they were on. I do, but I wasn't a huge player. I have the PS3, but I'm not a huge player of it. And I just never. People seem to make me think I'm missing out on GTA, but apparently I am not. I played a little bit of San Andreas, and I liked what I played, but it obviously wasn't enough to finish it. But
remember, GTA 5 was a generation. It's like Skyrim has dropped on every single console in existence.
Same with GTA 5.
And GTA 5,
Switch.
GTA 5 has been the generational game where, regardless with its DLCs, whether you're on Steam or anything, it's everywhere. It's like Bethesda's Skyrim. Skyrim's on everything. The idea is
pretty much Fortnite and everything.
I don't think GTA is going to be bad, but the problem is if you're competing against it, I mainly play on PC, and I already got my games that I'm already lined up on.
Right.
And it's going to be a year before it lines up. Now, it's not going to face the backlash like Final Fantasy faces. Like, gamers' memories are about like that of not goldfishes. You know of it, like Metro Exodus is a good example. It launched as an exclusive for Epic. They waited 6 months or a period, and it lost all the momentum it would have had if it released on Steam and or PC initially. Everywhere else. The thing is, GTA is a behemoth. Now, Borderlands 4 had a lot of hype. I'll check the players' numbers right now. But the thing is, that game was highly anticipated. Now, would it drown it out things? Because remember, as I said, we already have our games we play day one. I have a friend, Direly, he's played it since. But a lot of people in an industry, if you own a console, they're like, oh, GTA is going to be the game you go to.
Right.
Which I've said it because I know a lot of people are afraid of it, but I also think there's a lot of games that were moved or in development. Like Cronus and New Dawn, up until September, one of the last shows said late 2025. Said 2025. So that meant Q3 or Q4. Now, if you're talking games releases, some are being moved off to 26. Now, I forget which game studio it was made the joke. Yeah, it was the guy doing the Fallout knockoff. Outer Worlds? Outer Worlds made the joke. Yeah, we're going to be releasing our game in October. Yeah, good thing GTA got moved. I was chuckling darkly, but I'm like, we know why you said that. It's like,
well, and
it's.
I tell you, you mentioned Outer Worlds. I was really excited for that to come to Switch, and then the port was so fucking compromised without a 9 gigabyte download that I'm just like, fuck it, pass on that.
The thing about Outer Worlds 2 coming out, because that's the other release.
Right.
But I mean, for all intents and purposes, Borderlands 2 is good. But I mean, I've watched it. It still doesn't get me into the series. Right. But there's a lot of people who, if a game is released in a period in general, that blankets out an entire market. Because there's a lot of stuff. If you're in a game franchise, that's going to be your day one, and you're going to be there.
Right.
But then there's also the games like I said, Cronus and New Dawn, or you're into a niche roguelike. Like, if you look at Silksong's this weird game, and you should too both look into it if you ever want to do a stream on that and go into the numbers. It hit 500,000 players. But the original Hollow Knight, for almost 4 years, set at about 10,000 average players. Maybe between 4 and 10,000 players a day.
Yeah,
crazy, huh?
Silksong.
And then Silksong releases, and it goes to 500,000.
It's enough to make you wonder. It's enough to make you wonder if the 8-year development cycle was just a fucking hype building fucking maneuver. I don't know.
But it's 3 people though. It's 3 people.
I know. I don't think that's the case. In fact, that could have worked against it. Because for all they fucking know, 8 years later, nobody fucking cares, and you.
Well, I mean, it's not 3 people. It's like them saying Expedition 33 largely was developed on a staff of about 60 people. Like, if I told people, now the larger a game team is usually more stuff. Like Fallout 3 was developed on a staff of 80 people with college students.
Right.
So you got to think about the concept of Silksong. Silksong's this weird phenomenon, and then it tapered off down to about 300,000, 300 and something. But that's a massive jump, and that's a roguelike. That's really a roguelike. That's not a AAA title.
Right.
So you have these games kicked out, and you can go look at a game. And the thing is with GTA, but GTA is this monolith of a game. Borderlands 4 has been overly hyped for a long time. Even Randy Pitchford caught crap. For God's sakes, the deluxe edition and special edition is over $100. I conceivably could not, if I wanted to pick that game up, I've been picking up games through GG.deals, through looking through the prices. I went looking through for games. I'm not paying. I think for the super special edition of Borderlands 3, for 4, they're wanting $120.
That's crazy.
Even on Steam. Like $100 plus. And you're not even getting a physical copy.
Well, Randy Pitchford did tell us that, hey, go work a second job. Isn't that what he fucking told us?
I mean, yeah, he got a lot of shit for that. Well, remember Assassin's Creed? Do you remember Assassin's Creed Shadows? Assassin's Creed Shadows did not catch shit because it was going to be a mid-game. As much as there's a part of the discussion which that they fumbled that because it was supposed to be a Japanese monk, by the way, the main male protagonist. But he basically, they had the pricing model on that at $100+.
Insane. It's not.
I think the most expensive game I have ever bought, and I'll be the first to admit it, is, and I got my money's worth out of it, was Wildlands. Ghost Recon Wildlands.
Okay.
I paid at the time, which was like $70 for that and all the deluxe edition.
Right. So you're not going to be getting any $80 Nintendo Switch 2 games anytime soon.
I mean, me personally, look, I'm going to be the first to admit, and this is where I can relate with Phil, I have a cardboard crack addiction and commander decks to maintain.
Yeah.
And also, but I mainly, as I said, I'm not picking up a game to do it, but I do game. Like, if there's a game coming out that I want,
you get it.
I'll buy it. Like, if I had the money. Like, but I'm not going to have like a backlog. But like GTA, when you talk about the effect of GTA has the entire industry. And then you had the backlash with Silksong. All the indies were afraid of Silksong. Every single one.
They did.
And I don't know why. I don't know why when the initial title only had 10,000 players. Now, did I think it was going to hit 500,000? No. No one did. Unless it's just the it game to have.
I think what it is I think it's just social media, like influence, all the influences, like, oh, it's so good. So, and that builds up more hype on a title, and it becomes like a trendy thing because people probably, when Hollow Knight came out, and I haven't even played it yet. I'll be honest, I'm not even interested in Silksong because I haven't even played it. But I feel like Hollow Knight is just kind of like, it's like a trending thing. And did it revitalize Metroidvania? Yeah, because people were playing it on stream. They were looking for a good stream game. It was a good stream game. And then bigger people found it, and then more people found it, and it made it blow up. But that could have happened with any other game at that time that would have come out to be the same genre.
Well,
if it wasn't Hollow Knight, it would have been something else, and it would have done the same thing.
It only takes a big creator. It only takes like a fucking what's his name?
A Super Eye Patch Wolf. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking bigger than Eye Patch Wolf. What's the name of the guy that plays all the horror games?
I don't know. I don't keep up with YouTube.
There's a couple of them. No, but I'll say this though: there's a thing of there were people who have never played Hollow Knight ever. Said, "Oh, Silksong is coming out. I need to play Hollow Knight," and they went back and they bought Hollow Knight.
Yeah,
where it's
and he's what he's saying is true because for the longest time, Fangamer have had copies of Hollow Knight on their website for years, and it did not sell out. And when Silksong was announced, all those copies and the collector's editions that have been sitting in their stock for years sold out. Which I need to get a copy of Hollow Knight because I don't have one. But it just goes to show you that all that social media presence and the hype and all that stuff, it makes people just go crazy and ravenous.
Absolutely.
It literally makes people think they can't live without this game. And really, it's just all orchestrated by these social media influencers. Like, influencers have gotten way too much power. And it's kind of dangerous how they can get people to shovel in and buy all these games up. And I think Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, all these corporations, they see that and they know that they want these influencers to push people to buy these products, and they do it.
And that's why I'm gonna say eye patch Wolf right now and say that if you're tired of Silksong, if you played Silksong enough and you want to try something, you want to try a game that is absolutely one of the most novel, incredible experiences you ever play, guys, Void Stranger.
Yep, that's really good. And honestly, I would say that's actually might even be more worth it than Hollow Knight and Silksong. I have this thing where when people hype things up so much and it becomes trendy, I lose interest because it feels so forced and fake. It doesn't feel genuine. Like all the hype for Silksong, whether it's a good game or not, it just feels forced, and I don't like it. Like GTA 6, no interest. Don't care if it's the hottest selling game in all the universe. Do not care. Do not have any interest in it whatsoever.
Let's get
so like Silksong surprisingly was $20 or $30, and they say it's about, without the new game plus, is like a 60+ hour game. And I'm like, here's the thing about it. It was initially going to be DLC, and then it got turned into what is Hollow Knight 2. Which, okay, that is a transition project. Now, that's kind of blighted the indie sphere, but a lot of indie developers, love them or hate them, I'm sorry, I have no love for Project Greenlight. Ghost, you probably know what that is. When Steam promoted a lot, because Steam used to allow indie creators, we're just going to throw your title out. It can stay beta, it can stay alpha.
Now they curate.
They're like, we can't do this anymore because you're just scamming customers, you're Kickstarters. Sure. The concept itself is you have that literally in one of the same weekends. You had Cronus and New Dawn, Hell Is Us, and another game released. People were like, this is a hell of a busy weekend.
Yeah, the demo for Hell Is Us was awesome, by the way. I mean, it's not like top tier, but it was pretty I had fun with that. I had fun with that demo.
So when you're talking...
It was busy. Bear with me real quick. Going to get caught up on chats real quick, and we'll hold that, put a pin in that, and we'll continue on with that. So, he's a lot of known titles shown at that direct, talking about that chart that Tiamat shared. Rush Dog says that direct should have been 30 to 40 minutes tops. Yeah, if you cut out all that fucking fluff and known games and shit, yeah.
All that DLC that could have been saved for after.
Could have been an email. All right, fellas, have a great night. Good show, Monster. Good seeing you, man. Always coming in. Disparity coming in to say, yo. Disparity says, what's the current conversation? Silksong. So it's sort of. So we're using Silksong as a bridge off to talk about, forced hype and other such natures. And speaking of that, our next topic will kind of branch into that. But Tiamat, you were making a point in regards to that. Can you elaborate on what you were saying?
What do you mean on? Because I look at Silksong. Yeah. The current Silksong number is 277.
Okay.
So, I mean, people are compete. The thing is, that has had a weird effect on the indie market. You know how, like, the indie market, you had a bunch of Kickstarter projects? Mm-hmm. Like, I just don't like giving money. My whole idea is I'll slot it in. But as Phil can understand and probably relate, I come from the era where go back in the years, you had Hitman and all these other games released in the year. You only had an X amount of time. That was your game for 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
And I
I remember when Square and Square Soft days, you were getting a full-fledged Final Fantasy game on the PS1 1 year after another. It was 7, it was 8, it was 9. It was crazy. Not to mention all the other RPGs they put out on that platform, like Xenogears, Chrono Cross, some of the re-releases. And I mean, it was pretty crazy. Now it's like, let's take 10 years to put out one game and it's mediocre.
And then the other half of this is the indie creators did not understand the price point. They go, that should have been more expensive. No, they set that as a... Now, there is the argument to be said. I like games money per hour. A 15-hour game or a 30-hour game should not be above $30. Maybe $40. Depending on your development time and your cost. The thing is, Silk Song is right there at like the price that it is. But it's going to have, I looked at it, it's going to have infinite replay, maybe 120 hours. But all these rest of these indies were like, that have been just sitting like artists grinding away doing nothing. They are like, they feel smothered by Silk Song that you should have said you were going to drop a release date. Now, I've seen the Hypnotics of the world and others brought out, well, Silk Song pulled their card, put their balls on the table, now do better. As we can see, just wait for that period out. The play does when someone completes Silk Song, they don't play it again, generally. It was the other day, it was 300,000. Now it's down to 277.
I was going to ask you how we have that. I mean, the game just came out. Do we have the data on that? But I guess that kind of answers.
You can look at the Steam, database.
Okay, gotcha.
It initially kicked off with like 550.
Yeah, it was a massive fucking number for Steam.
It was one of the biggest drops on Steam.
Yeah.
And then it
I really want to try Hollow Knight to see if, and Silk Song eventually, to see if it's really worth the hype.
Hollow Knight is good.
I don't know. I'm going to play it,
Song.
and I'm going to be that one guy that's like, what are y'all talking about Hollow Knight? It ain't that good, y'all. Like,
I mean,
I guess I'll find out.
Hollow Knight is really good. But I don't know about Silk Song, but we'll see. But Hollow Knight's good.
And Hollow Knight, apparently, remember what I said, when you go back the last 6 months, so around August 11th, we're talking, you remember how I said, if I'll link this to your thing, because just to show this.
Yeah.
Its player max was 8905. Okay? 8905. And now it's sitting at currently 70,000 in game and 95K playing it at peak.
Oh, okay. So 95K.
Do you see what I'm talking about now?
I see.
It's been at below 10,000 for 3 years.
Yeah.
Like, it's been the highest it got prior was 12,000. 12.3.
Yeah, so it does seem like that is a massive increase.
That is a spike. And
almost an uncanny spike. I see what you're saying there for sure.
That's not an uncanny spike. That's just like, oh, we gotta release it. And this is the numbers currently for the other. And if you look at the drop off, it's been about like a past week.
278, 127. Yeah, it's half. It's roughly half.
Literally opened. And these are the actual numbers. You wonder about the actual numbers. A lot of it's the streamers. You could arguably say this can tie into GTA because this was the very big moment. The funny thing is, now Borderlands. Now, people who were excited for Borderlands, I looked into currently Borderlands sits at 257 currently. It's been pretty consistent. It goes up to about 200 and then it's dipped down to 111. So you're talking, this was the big PC release this week. I mean, hell, I don't mind it that Cronus and New Dawn. Like, I streamed that on my channel. I'm not expecting that to be a big game.
What is Cronus New Dawn? I don't even know what that is. You keep talking about it.
Okay, Cronus and New Dawn combine. It is a story-driven narrative game that has the vibes of Resident Evil and Silent Hill. But mainly when I first...
I think I know which one you're talking about.
It looks that weird game, that trailer.
The person you're playing as is wearing like a fishbowl kind of thing.
Yes. And it's a really good story. And it has some difficulty spikes. But it also has the... I love and I hate it. Because it has the ammo economy of early Resident Evil. Where you gotta manage your ammo like grains of vital food. It's like, try going into a boss fight with, you've gone through an entire level and you've either blown through your ammo because you explore it encourages exploration, but it doesn't give the ammo back. And you have no pistol ammo, and you only have a shotgun against the boss that rushes and blocks down an entire hallway. So, it's a fun game, but it looks like the character with the robotic voice with the fishbowl on their head kind of thing. And it has, like, you're killing, like, necromorph looking. It was initially marketed as a Dead Space thing, but its story goes a lot richer. But when I play a game, I usually 100% the game, but I also explore every nook and cranny. Which is funny.
That's pretty much how most old gamers do now. New kids are like, I just want to beat it and be done. Like, but you missed half the content. I don't care.
Because in this game, if you miss like if you don't explore all the logs, and even then, they don't fully explain everything, but you get the sense of the world building. It's like a survival crafting. It's that weird.
So it feels more closer to the older style of horror games. I'll have to pick it up.
It's BioShock mixed with stuff, and then there's a part of the game that has like you're walking through like a Silent Hill with fog. It's like. Interesting, but it's a game. It released the same weekend as Hell Is Us, and then there was the other one.
Hell Is Us is kind of like a Souls-like. Hell Is Us is kind of like survival horror Souls-like, because the enemies in that demo freaking creep me out. Twitching like some kind of
monster. So Disparity here has some things on Chronos 2. Says now first says. A lot of these directs could literally be emails, LOL. Talking about Silksong in terms of, well, that's because devs were reusing assets in terms of turnaround time on games. And now devs are not doing that because they were criticized for reusing assets. So, and then about Chronos, is it feels like Resident Evil, Dead Space with Silent Hill mix, talking about Chronos, the New Dawn.
Yeah. It's definitely...
When I'm thinking of Chronos, when I hear Chronos, the New Dawn, my mind immediately goes to either Chronos Before the Ashes. It's like the prequel to Remnant 1 and 2, or it goes to Chrono Cross or Chrono Trigger.
I never liked Remnant.
It throws me off when I hear Chronos, the New Dawn.
The thing is, Remnant is sad. Remnant could have been better. Remnant could have been so much better. The thing is, I had friends who wanted to get into it. They're like, oh, you play Division, you like it. I'm like, so what is it? It is an RPG system where the only difference is you run maps. 3 different maps. Which, okay, maps and routes. I'm happy.
I like Remnant 1 better than I like Remnant 2, for sure. But
so it's like...
They're AA titles. They're not AAA, so...
the funny thing is, Cronus... People never realize Cronus is done by Blooper Team.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, I think up to now I will say, I thought the game was going to be 50 hours, but there's like certain, I had to go like with a boss, like I think I'm at like 24 or 30 hours in game right now, but I'm like over halfway through. I got like, you go from one area to another. It is a game, but then again, bear in mind, I liked BioShock storytelling. I liked BioShock storytelling. Same thing.
I second BioShock storytelling. The with the tapes and kind of the lore finding way of doing that story was very cool.
And here's the thing you got to realize: it has a really good story, but the thing is, you can kind of, if you're good at reading between the lines, you can gather what happened.
Absolutely. Hey, what's going on? Angry Vigilantes in the chat. What's going on, man? Hey, and if you got time, pop in, open bar, man. So you just pop in the Midnight channel.
Yeah. So basically, it's like Expedition 33. The funny part about Expedition 33, if it doesn't get Game of the Year, I will be very shocked. It was one of the games that I saw. It is very mischaracterized. It was never marketed as a JRPG or a Persona clone. It got the praise of the creator of BioShock for being a very deep story. Now, I will say Act 3, you don't have to go to it, despite what someone says. I don't like the approach at Act 3. It gets forced, but it doesn't stop you. You can still explore the world when you fly. But that story is very rich, and it got the praise of a lot of the writers and the guy who initially did the Fallouts, as well as the guy who did BioShock series. He couldn't put it down.
High praise.
So that's good praise. And it does break you at more than one occasion. Now, Cronus and New Dawn does have that, but it's more, even as deep as I am, and I did look forward to see if there was stuff I needed to do in the ending, and I was correct about it. But the thing about it is, there was still a mystery, even though I know the destination. And it's just one of those games. But that is a niche game. But as I said, Hell Is Us didn't grab me. Like, if a trailer doesn't grab me, and then when I watch a streamer play it, I had this discussion, like, there's been people who like it. People who went in thinking a game like that is Dead Space. It's not 100% Dead Space. But it's like, don't go in. It's a niche game. I don't expect that. I expect that to sell copies, but I don't expect that to be whatever. I mean, that's being streamed, but it wasn't hyped. All that sell is coming from the multiple Gamescoms it was at. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can see it.
Influencers. And then you have the other part when we go back to the influencers. Influencers, right, can blow up a game. Like Silksong arguably has been blown up. GTA 6, right, I'm pretty sure GTA 6 is going to have retail copies coming out. The people with the review copies. Silksong, by the way, did no review copies.
Yeah, that kind of drove a lot of reviewers mad too. So they had to get it, and they went crazy about that too. And some of them even bitched and cried.
Yeah, I think we need to go back to that. I think we need to go back to content creators and influencers paying for their own copies and playing the game legitimately. I am tired of the puffing up influencers and treating them like they're some kind of like celebrities or whatever, and giving them a bunch of free consoles, free games, free merch. Like, it's got to stop.
If you're not buying your own games, I take you
water down the industry.
Yeah. How's it going, guys?
Oh, we got okay. So
I will say this:
Vigilante Gamer in the chat. What's going on, man? So tell us a little bit.
Nothing much.
So give everybody an introduction to the bar. Tell everybody where they can find you, and most importantly, what the fuck are you drinking, man?
Well, I am drinking a Coke Zero because I already had all my coffee, and now I'm eating dinner. But you can find me at the Angry Vigilante Show on YouTube.
Gotcha. So okay. So now that you're in here, got some new blood in here. What did you think about that Nintendo Direct? Just give us the flashpoints of what you saw with that.
Okay, like overall, I give it like a C, but I'm doing I did a video today about the Mario 40th because pretty much it was 2 directs in one. Yeah, it was 2 directs in one. So the general direct I actually did like. Now I didn't like those paid DLCs, for DK Bonanza. To me, it is possible that it might not have been cut content, but the likelihood that they created all that right after it released, no, that was clearly cut content.
Tiny little islands. Dude, and nothing much, and then you play around. It's most definitely cut.
Here's how I know it's cut.
Yeah,
Nintendo has a history of doing better in the past. I'm an old school gamer. Yeah. I remember Legend of Zelda literally giving you a goddamn second quest that you could type in a different name and get a second quest. And even in the Switch generation, the game that Donkey Kong is compared to the most, which is Mario Odyssey, literally lets you go to Mushroom Kingdom at the end of the game. It's the exact same fucking thing with DK Isle. It's just that they're going to make you pay for it this time. That's all it is.
Oh, exactly. Like, in my opinion, I think it should have just been a free update. That's what my opinion, because when you look at Astrobot, Sony gave us plenty of free updates when it came to that one. I think Nintendo. Yeah. Oh, they did, yeah. Like with the newer games that came out after that, like Stellar Blade, they did a Stellar Blade update, and I think a couple more updates. But another thing I didn't like was this is clearly cut content. There is no way you could justify Pokemon doing a day 1 expansion. That is ridiculous.
And of course, it's right.
I called it in my own video, man. I'm with you on these things.
Mm-hmm.
And there was
now with the Mario 4
Megas. That's man.
Oh yeah, but I'll finish up with the general direct part. Now, I did enjoy seeing Monster Hunter Stories 3. I'm a huge Monster Hunter fan, one of my favorite franchises, and I did enjoy the Fire Emblem. It's going to be the very first Fire Emblem game I ever play. And then I did really enjoy Metro Prime 4. That looked good. I am excited for those games, but of course, I'm a cheapskate, so I'm renting them on GameFly. And then now for the Mario 40th, I am very excited for the new Yoshi.
Good God.
What?
Game rentals still exist? Gamefly.
Yes, they do.
Oh, there
they still exist.
You can actually
now, let me say this though before let me say this. Let me say on the part where people sometimes get it, like don't get it. Like I think a lot of games, when usually you hear day 1 DLC, it's usually cut content. Like I remember the launch of Destiny 2. They basically curse them as they go, we're going to give you 2 free expansions. All right. Because it was the first time PC players ever had access to Destiny 2, because most of us were like, we all had other stuff. And then they're like, Curse of Osiris, you go to Mercury. That was cut DLC. That was cut content. Mars was cut content. Now, I'm not saying this is a brand new phenomenon. This has been happening forever, because you can go back to the early 2010s. Instead of, do you remember when games made full-blown expansions in the early 2000s? Now it's just you take, we have this area, we're going to introduce this later on.
Yeah.
Then they went from mini-pay DLC expansions that were like half the price. Then now it's just, do you like extra DLC?
There's not a significant amount of time between a DLC or an expansion announcement and the release of the game. And I'll give you an example of it. Horizon Zero Dawn, the first one, that game came out. There was no DLC done for it. It was like 2 years that game was out. And then they said, we're going to do DLC. That was a reasonable amount of time. I didn't even think that game was ever going to get DLC, and it did. So that wasn't cut content.
Well, obviously,
was it reused assets to make a new area? Most likely, but it wasn't cut content. This is completely different with Donkey Kong. The game's been out only a few, like a month or so. That was cut. The Pokemon game hasn't even come out yet, and there's already DLC cut content.
Yep. Actually, it's not even DLC. It's a full blown expansion.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. I saw that, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. That is like the game's not even out yet. You're already gonna like. We all know it's Pokemon. Most of the time, they do some type of expansion. We all know that they were working on it, but you literally are going to release it the same day the game's coming out. That makes absolutely no sense.
I wouldn't even buy it. I'd just wait for that physical that has the DLC on the cartridge because they already did that with 2 other previous Pokemon games. So why buy it day one?
Yep.
You're going to get less of a game. Just wait.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
exactly. I'm gonna rent it, of course, but that's just me.
This is Maelstrom Nintendo psychosis at work right here, right? Like, this is not something you would see Nintendo have pulled at the beginning of the Switch 1.
No, game dev psychosis.
Yeah, because they all do it. That's right. Yeah, because you're right. They all do it.
But I think Nintendo knows where they can make the money because it's not that the Switch 2. Everyone thought I'm not going to go into the whole you think corporate people are the way they are. Remember what I said earlier about Japan changes its model? Everyone misunderstands about what's happening with Japan, even if you go look at the anime and manga industry. The interview that I would have loved to save was it got scrubbed from the internet. The interview, I'm sure you saw portions of it. It had Akira Toriyama, the guy who was the head of Shonen Jump, and the Japanese woman, the other Japanese reporter. It's entirely in Japanese. They were discussing it. Akira Toriyama brings up, he goes, we have to market to the West. Mm-hmm. Now, a little context on this. When you market a game in Japan, there's a lot of the anime and manga that I read. I read more manga now, and I mean more man who was a man was from the source because you don't discover it because it's not released. They have a choice to either tailor it for Japan or release it, change it, and release it globally through the story. Akira Toriyama, when he was talked about not the censorship, it was around the censorship around Dragon Age. Not Dragon Age, but the remaster. He literally said wokeism and DEI was basically forcing the Japanese or marketing to the West was causing the Japanese either to change their industry model or change the way they market themselves. Now, it brings up when you understand. This was the head of Akira Toriyama and the head of Shonen Jump. Now, the funny thing about this has utterly blanketed Square Enix. You look at what Square Enix has done. You look at what Nintendo has done for years. In recent years, especially Capcom even. You see some products that are marketed there, but if they have to market it out, it looks like their old franchises are now soulless or changed. They're marketing what they think the rest of the world wants. I hope this understands. This is expanded from that.
You're not saying anything that we don't already know. Like we know that they change things depending on, but they really shouldn't because time shows again and again that we want the games from over there as they were intended to be. Because when before we just had like Western stuff, when we get the Japanese games, everybody loves them. We don't want them Westernized. We don't want them that way. We want them authentic to the Japanese territories. But Dirty Dan's in here.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's give Dirty Dan, tell everybody a little bit about yourself. And you're not you're not content creator, so we'll just say, tell everybody know who you are and what the fuck you're drinking, man.
My name is Hobo Dirty Dan. I am a train riding hobo. I like to ride in boxcars and drink box wine. Tonight I'm sipping on a little Merlot.
Fuck yeah!
Hey everybody.
Nice. So, What did you think, Dirty Dan, of that Nintendo Direct?
Oh, I haven't even been following it, man. I don't even know
what happened. Good fucking answer.
I live under a rock, dude. Let me see what the buzz is online here.
The buzz is they're charging us $70 for some old Wii Mario Galaxy games.
So of course Phil with the negative. So let me try to be the devil's advocate. Metroid Prime looks really fucking good. Fire Emblem looks really fucking good. We're getting a Crimson Butterfly Fatal
really
Frame 2. Yeah, we're getting Fatal Frame 2. Looks fucking awesome.
Remake.
Ditto spinoff. Who's excited for that?
I refuse to think that's a positive. That is a.
I was being very sarcastic. So no one asked for a Ditto spinoff game.
I am not only that, but that has terrifying implications in the lore. I'm fucking telling you guys. That is something that could.
Nobody asked for it, but I'm going to be honest. It's kind of interesting. I mean, I was like, I don't hate it, but I don't love it. I mean, it's just one of those things that's there. I want my darker, more adult themed Pokemon game that I've been asking for years. I'm tired of feeling like Ash Ketchum that just won't grow up.
No, you are playing as fucking Eldritch.
I feel that.
You're playing an Eldritch God in that fucking new Pokemon game. You got your dark game.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you want a darker style Pokemon, look at Nexomon.
You didn't like the Pokemon game when you went back to Japan?
Dude, the new Digimon game, I heard the demo was pretty dark, pretty good, pretty edgy, more what I want. So I'm probably going to just pivot to that because Digimon respected my youth, and as I got older, it respected my time, and Pokemon just wanted to pretend like I was stupid. I'm still a kid. Like I don't.
Phil, did you play Lost Time Stranger?
It's like, oh, well, we made this for kids. You made it for kids in the 90s who are now adults. And most kids of now don't care about Pokemon. They care about Minecraft and Roblox and Fortnite. So how about make Pokemon?
I think we're even beyond that at this point.
By the adult. To have a mature adult Pokemon game.
I gotta stop, homie. I gotta stop you. That is not true. That is just not true. My nephew showed up in a family affair today with a fucking Pokemon shirt. Pokemon is the #1 selling anything anywhere. It's just not true that people don't care. And I can't believe you said that.
No, I didn't say people don't care. I'm saying most kids. I don't know how you even heard that. I said that people, the kids that have grown up on the adults, they care about Pokemon.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
I want a Pokemon game that grew up with me. Pokemon never grew up. It stayed the same forever. And hey,
so
it makes money. But it's also been so stagnant, and even the fans have complained about the quality of Pokemon. So what I'm saying is, Nintendo, please stop treating us like we're still kids in the 90s and we don't know the quality of Pokemon has gone downhill and it's suffering and it looks like crap. Just give us a mature game. Give us something to the maturity of like a Xenoblade in a Pokemon game, or a Fire Emblem in a Pokemon game.
Mentioned,
put some quality into it. Put some real interesting things in it. I'm tired of getting more of the same, and I have to pay $70, $60.
I mentioned there was a Pokemon game, and I swear, remember it. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. There was an older version. I remember my friend playing it. It was in a more feudal version of Japan, where you either bred them or you killed them, and. God, which first version?
Dude, I need this fucking Pokemon game. In the meantime, if you can find that post, that's incredible.
It's one of the ones I did. It was about
Yellow Darkness. That was a bit more mature on the GameCube because the Pokemon were like they were being like warped in darkness, and you had to purify them. So it was a bit more darker, a little bit more edgier. And I was like, okay, that's cool. And then it was a one and done, and they never did it again. And I'm like,
Pokemon. It's called Shin Megami Tensei. Also, Pokemon.
Yes, I know.
I
just want something of that equivalent as Pokemon. I just do it with Pokemon.
Well, that's Digimon. So Digimon, take a page from Digimon's book where Myotismon fucking murders Wizardmon in the fucking kids' cartoon show. Fucking amazing.
It's just so weird to me that these Pokemon, and I know there's cute ones, but there's ones that have freaking insane powers, like Mewtwo, that can literally, it looks like they're a Dragon Ball character. Come on, let's raise the stakes on Pokemon other than let's put these creatures into balls and make them fight for the humans.
Yeah, let's
clearly,
have
if they wanted to, they could roast the humans at any moment.
No, they're literally like a fucking dog fighting game, pit fighting.
Yeah,
pit fighting.
the fans demand Pokemon Michael Vick edition.
Michael,
yes. Oh my God, we're the villains. Like, we're the villains this time. Like, we raised our own Pokemon empire. Like, we're trying to become the villains. That would be really cool.
Actually, I'm going to say this, and this is maybe breaking for people. As much as I like MiHoYo games, surprisingly, like, I'll play, like, Honkai Impact in them. Someone told MiHoYo, or his Cognisphere, basically, one of their next games, and they're hyping this up as the next game for them. It's called Nexus Anima. It is literally Pokemon-esque, and I will link it to you guys.
It's for me.
This thing is, I'm either asking, and it's better to be better than, but someone goes, you need a Pokemon clone in your MiHoYo who makes Genshin and everything, and your first, you thought making HSR, which was turn-based, and now you're going to go into a Pokemon one? I go, you're either like Concord, missing about 5 years too late on the BR train, or you're asking for a lawsuit from Nintendo.
Yeah, Nintendo sees anything even remotely approaching Pokemon these days. Like
Nintendo just copyrighted supposedly summoning and capturing.
Well, let's talk about that.
Oh, God. Actually, they patented it. I don't think they copyrighted
it. They patented it, but let's talk about that because I do have some. So yes and no, because the details of the patent, because I actually work in somewhat, I have to work within patent law. So in order to patent something, there are certain protections to making sure a patent is not too broad. That patent, the details of that patent literally involve, like, you have to store the monster in a ball, etc. It is not anywhere near as broad as people are making it out to be. So this is one anti-Nintendo story that just doesn't have the teeth that people think it has. It does not. I promise, guys. I looked at the patent.
Well, when I released the video, it wasn't anti-Nintendo because I did a video on it.
I'm not saying you specifically,
by the way,
but people that are freaking out about that. I don't like. Now that said,
by the way, what I just linked is the Nexus Anima. So people are saying it's a mix of Pokemon mixed with Animal Crossing and other things. Judge it by the trailer yourself. And I'm like, you're either. But then again, Cognisphere and MiHoYo, like, it's a very big departure from them. But I'm like, Power World did win its lawsuit, but you really want to mess with... but bear in mind, we'll see how well this one does compared to the others. Pokemon mixed with Animal Crossing, and you literally have where, in the trailer, if you see it, they're going to have Pokemon races.
Oh my God.
And things. It's literally insane. Like, this has just gone into beta. And I'm like,
what game are we talking about?
I linked it in the
I'm going to pull
chat.
it right now.
It's going to be called Honkai.
Nexus Anima. Yeah, Honkai.
Oh, okay.
Nexus.
Well, I doubt Nintendo will go after them because I don't think Nintendo has the money to take them to court. They're not like Pocket. Yeah, because the people that are making that game, they have way more money than Pocket Pair has. Pocket Pair is kind of small compared to all of them.
Oh, no, don't. The thing is, even remember, there was a big thing with Cognisphere and MiHoYo. It's a departure from the rest of the games they do, but it's funny you bring up Pokemon clones. And by the way, Phil, I recommend to you Digimon Time Strangers, which everyone forgot about. Strangers in Time or whatever.
Yeah, the demo.
I remember growing up with Generation. I remember the era growing up with Digimon. I also found myself more graduated. I gradually went more to Digimon because the characters, Tai and all of them, aged up.
Yes.
Yes. They aged up.
Respected your time. Like, it started out kind of innocent and a little goofy like Pokemon, but as the show went on, it got darker. The stakes got more dramatic. It's like, oh
Harry
my
Potter,
goodness, we're gonna have to fight to save both worlds. This is
Potter
dark. Like, and I loved it. I loved it because I thought I've never seen something like this as a cartoon for like a kid. And I resonated with it more than I ever did with Pokemon. And that's when I started drifting away from Pokemon. But I couldn't believe how popular Pokemon was. And I'm like, are y'all sleeping on Digimon? Like, why isn't Digimon getting more praise and more love? It's fundamentally the better show, and in my opinion, the better franchise. Like, I feel like the designs of the creatures and the enemies and the story and the characters is so much better than anything I experienced in Pokemon. But that's just me. And
G1, I mean, I'll put it like G1 because remember, the Pokemon movie was the first one. Mewtwo kills Ash, and everyone cried.
Yes, that movie was
you
good.
literally have like that period in Pokemon where Team Rocket was capturing Pokemon and actually torturing them to serve them.
Yeah, that was dark. That's about the darkest I've ever seen Pokemon.
There was like G1. That was G1 into G2. Like at least Crystal, maybe era.
Yeah.
But then they the show gets rid of it. Like,
they also changed the art style, and that looked horrible. I was like, what did they do? I haven't watched Pokemon years. I turned on an episode and I was like, what the heck is this garbage? The animation got worse, and I was like, forget it.
Hey, disparity agrees. It's known that Digimon was always been better than Pokemon. Is what this
yes.
I would agree. I would agree. The show was
definitely right.
I would agree. The show drives the card. Okay, there is a weird relationship with Pokemon and Nintendo right now.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. Very nice. It's gonna sound crazy. You have the show, you have the games, and then you have the card game. The card game is largely. What's funny is Pokemon nearly died out. See, Phil, if you collected Magic for years, you know the people who rediscovered Pokemon, you couldn't find a Pokemon League anywhere because you had to set that up. And then these people, they were playing out in my area, out of a Subway, not at an actual game store or a comic shop anymore. They were literally, and then after the game store closed, they had to you had to go file paperwork, you had to get the badges and whatever else. So the card game had a revitalization for the sports card FOMO, as well as the college kids rediscovering it, and as well as introducing it to the little 13-year-old to collect it and buy it or maybe play it. And then it was like, I went from playing Pokemon into Magic, and then that's where I stayed for a while.
Yeah, Magic captures like people that enter early and then they go to Magic and they never go anywhere.
Well, I went from Pokemon to Yu-Gi-Oh to Magic, and then
Yu-Gi-Oh,
I didn't really go any. And then I dropped out of Magic, and then the Final Fantasy cards got me back in. I don't know how I'm feeling about. I mean, I love Spider-Man, but I don't know if I want to buy those cards.
That's a discussion, Phil. I'd love to discuss that with you. Like, there's a thing with Universes Beyond. Remember what I said about Wizards' broader marketing?
Mm-hmm.
There's a big thing. If you are familiar with Magic, what Wizards is doing, Wizards was one of the first major companies years ago to do what I call the mythical wider market, where they changed their game.
Mm-hmm.
And this is when I refer to it a lot. If you ever see my streams or if you ever think back on it, I think I've told you this Ghost as well, or the I don't know your name.
Ghost,
but the idea
as good as anything else. I love it.
It's the idea companies branch out, either video games. That's why I say it's weird with Pokemon. It's strange how Pokemon retains its mysticism. Like, they coincide the release of their games with the revamping of the card game as well. So the generations in the card game go along with it. So it's people don't know that. I'm like, And the whole thing, it's very much the case of that's like the three-legged marketing. And then I'm not even going to talk about the whole merch. I mean, they do the whole Disney, oh, look at that droid or Grogu. Dude, tell me I'm wrong. Like, see, people who know about how they drip marketed Pokemon for a while, now, if they don't, now the only thing that really hurt the games for Nintendo, I think it wasn't Violet. They had all the performance issues.
Oh, I wish
was it Violet?
It did. It sold really well, but God, it needed to hurt. It sadly didn't. It needed to hurt it.
Mm-hmm. Because which one was it that had all the technical issues?
Sword and Shield.
Scarlet Violet.
Sword and Shield. Yeah.
I'm playing Scarlet and Violet now for review.
And
it's
Violet
not going to be a good review, guys.
Mm-hmm. I hate it.
And then they don't even give you the full Pokedex anymore. Because
terrible.
I remember when Jim Sterling, James Stephanie Sterling, depending on how you want to look at it.
Yeah, Jim Stephanie.
It's Stephanie Sterling now.
They won't. They fucking hate.
It was like there's no Ekans. You only said we can only fit.
They cut fucking Ekans. They cut fucking Ekans.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you remember the reason why they said too that they weren't going to do it?
What was the reasoning, Vigilante? Remind me. It's probably something fucking stupid.
Oh, it was. They said like, because we can't. It would cost too much money. We'd have to remake all the models all over again, and then when they data mined it, they reused They reused the models from Sun and Moon.
Yeah, Sun Moon Gen 7.
Yeah.
That reminds me.
It was a complete lie.
Speaking of stupid fucking reasoning, that reminds me. Phil found an amazing article. We've got to fucking go over this, guys. Before we go, because I've been getting the stink eye. This is the third time getting the stink eye coming in. So let's see here.
You don't normally go this long.
So we've got Liquor Up Lives are always fucking long. Leave me alone. Anyway.
No, I mean it seriously. Some people's streams are linked different, man. Like people ask, like you can stream a game for 8 hours. I stream like as long, but then like if it's a game release, I'll stream it for almost 10.
Yeah, I mean
because when I start a game, I go, I'm gonna play heavy the first, and then I'm gonna meter myself out. Even as I said, my last stream on Cronus, like getting through the hospital, through the part where I got to, was 8 hours. Because I had to go back save because of the shitty save system.
Well, yeah.
They don't even allow scum saving anymore, dude. You got to go to a terminal to a bonfire. And I have to walk back through a hospital. Seriously.
Yeah, what I would say, man, is like anybody, like there are people who literally, the fucking back of their chair gets more than 8 hours. So anybody saying, so you got to do what you got to do. In 8 hours, sometimes, especially depending on what you're doing, like you said, it can take 8 hours. So this is a GoNintendo.com article. This is a former Capcom dev defends game keycards, says Nintendo is trying to protect the game industry. So this dumb motherfucker's name,
I don't believe that one,
is Masakazu Sugimori. Former Capcom.
Can I introduce you to Paul Tossi?
Yeah, Paul Tossi.
All I heard was that name was Massive Sucky Pee Horny. That's what their name was?
Oh, fuck.
Massive Sucky Pee Horny?
That way, I guess that
happens to the best of us.
So he says, adding 1 point to the current flow of conversation, he says, regarding the claim often heard overseas that seems to have some legitimacy, it's unfair that something you bought becomes unplayable when the service ends. As a player myself, I can understand this perspective. And I sometimes feel the same way. But, well, do physical items outside of digital products last forever? Most of the time they don't, right? Physical things always have a lifespan and will eventually break. Digital products, on the other hand, generally don't have lifespans. So somebody has never fucking heard of data rot. Mm-hmm. This is one major fundamental factor. Personally, I think Nintendo's moves have the following significance. Keycards, measures against illegal copying, reducing the risk of holding inventory. Raising game prices, waving the flag so that game companies struggling with recent inflation can also raise prices. Terminating online services for older hardware. They're setting a lifespan. This makes it easier for companies to re-release games on new hardware. To put it further, it creates the job of porting. I feel these moves are largely aimed at protecting the gaming industry and the digital entertainment industry. It might be too optimistic of a view. That is fucking optimism? Wow. But the fact is that because Nintendo takes the lead, other companies can now more easily follow suit to protect themselves. Do you think a company that's already made that much profit would do this just to make even more money? LOL. Even if they stop selling anything right now, they have enough cash reserves to support all their current employees until retirement. LOL. It's so incredible, it's almost ridiculous. LOL. I feel that their focus is now on how to move in a way that protects the industry. That's the sense I get. So, what do we think of that heaping pile of shit, huh?
So
that made absolutely no sense.
Sorry, I'll let you go first.
So, yeah, because like it made no, because he was pretty much saying the reason why they're doing the game key cards is to preserve it, but you could easily just do a physical cartridge instead if that was the case. So it's like he's like defending the game key cards, but you can do the same thing with the physical cartridge. Then that makes absolutely no sense what they're talking about. That's not preserving the game industry. That's just trying to lower your price, is all it is, or lower your cost, should I say? Because they're still charging us the same damn price.
My favorite is ending live services and ending games early, or terminating game stores and shit early, because now it protects and creates the jobs of porting. It's like, motherfucker, you just told on yourselves. Mm-hmm. You just spilled the whole tea, man.
I want to focus on what he said in the beginning. So let's go back to, how old is the Nintendo NES?
Oh my God, it's 40 plus years old.
Well, yeah, what year did it come out? What, 80?
86, 85?
86. Well, yeah.
86.
Does this still work today, 40 years later?
Yes.
Yep. Might have to blow on
it. It does.
Like,
if you
as long as they agree, as long as parts are so good.
Physical media, your physical media can still work today. So yes, eventually things get old and wear out, but if you properly take care of it and preserve it, it can still work. In 40 years, will we still have access to the Nintendo Switch online like we do this
NES
cartridge?
He literally told you won't. They're going to end it so they can can remake and port games. They're going to end it.
I think not. So let me just say it clearly. This guy is spitting a bunch of vomit word salad, and nobody wants to hear it or see it. And I think he traded in his job at Capcom to be a full-time Nintendo Simpy fanboy.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty
based.
That's one of the
I would say the take on this, it's weird. Because remember us telling you, Xbox's next major generation is supposed to be cloud.
Yeah.
And then Microsoft, in turn, has actually invested in cloud storage, because bear in mind, they also do Windows.
Man, we gotta.
They also believe. They actually firmly believe. Like, I do enjoy the fact I can uninstall stuff from Steam. And you know how like games used to save your game files? You don't have to save those. It's all stored in a cloud. So if I reinstall a game that I haven't played for 2 years, and maybe have to reformat the hard drive.
Yeah. So what I would say to you, Mom, is it absolutely?
I had a friend
hold on.
who relied on that cloud as his saves on like.
Oh, I hate one cloud system though.
And he lost all of his saves, and
now.
he did not have any on his system. And he was like, "I don't trust those cloud saves at all because I had to start the same game over like 2 or 3 times." So
I have lost a cloud save before.
Well, here's the thing, though. Cloud saves, what I would say about that is cloud saves are absolutely, I'm glad they exist, and I'm glad the cloud systems exist. I think they're very useful, and they provide a lot of functionality, but they shouldn't be the sole fucking thing. And the moment we rely on them for the sole thing, well, we own nothing, and we can be fucking happy about it, huh?
So the thing, too, is your other thing you're saying is, I'm going to be very honest with you. If you've not seen a computer recently, most computers do not have a physical disk drive unless you install one yourself.
Yeah, mine
There's the idea, it's not that the physical media, make it for what you do. Because a lot of the old cartridges stay good, or at least a Dreamcast or something, stay good until like a laser dies in it, and you're replacing the laser. But the thing about like...
A little harder, yeah.
There is something to be said. Like, I joke about the idea the only stuff that survives in like a nuclear apocalypse, like if we go by Fallout standards, is vinyl or older classic 50s radio stuff.
Or the original Game Boy.
But it's funny because if you actually... See, there's been the theory if an EMP happens, you would have devastating. There's a reason why Air Force 2 as a backup for nuclear is basically, or silos, all have basically 80s or 90s technology in it. It's like, but here's when you talk about modern games. The thing is, once one company starts it, there's 2 versions of the future people usually move towards. One is 1984, or the other one is usually cyberpunk. Cyberpunk's future that was started in the 80s was corporate greed. Corporate companies become the dominant force. And you see this now. And Nintendo, everyone thought was a good company. They're just the first to test the waters on raising prices. Everyone's been gradually going, we're going to raise prices on games while taking away the physical side.
Mm-hmm.
But bear in mind, we're going to have better hard drives in them. Now, the thing is, the reason why I don't think like Bloodborne 2 has been released is they lost. Bloodborne can't be remastered if they lost the source code. I remember when the Sony hack happened, they talked about they lost source code. Sony only had stuff in source code, and those hackers got a hold of stuff. They even threatened, I remember the article, they threatened to release Bloodborne's source code. Now, if you're talking about something that's purely 100% digital, eventually it's going to, everything you're going to have is going to go down to your hard drive. Now, I dread the day that we don't have that, because there's a lot of good games that haven't been translated. You have emulators. Nintendo goes out of their way to get rid of the emulators. But if you have no plans on remastering stuff, why do you hate emulating it?
Yeah. Why do you, like, for example, one of the most, I've already bring it up because I really wish I could have a physical copy of it. Huon on the PS2, that's $1,000 game.
Yeah.
And it sold poorly. They're never going to bring it back. So where's the source code to that? And why are you holding on to it? Why can't you release it digitally? Why can't people just be able to play? I think there should be a time, like a time period on some of these things. It's like, if you haven't done anything with that IP in like 10 something years, or like an old game, why can't you just let people enjoy it through emulation or whatever? If you're going to bring it back, you're going to remaster it. If it was really good seller, it was popular, like Nintendo games, Mario games, Pokemon games, I understand those. But for the obscure games, like the games that they will not bring back no matter how much you beg and shout and scream, or like old movies and stuff, why can't those just be enjoyed for free? Just let people enjoy them. You're never going to do anything with it. So why is it a big deal? I just don't understand. I think it should be situational when it comes to a lot of things. And that's just my opinion on it, I guess.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
All righty. Well, I think, again, too many stink eyes. I better wrap this up. Let's take a look at Super Chats. Looks like there's, let's see here. No, we're good on the chat. So I guess we'll just do a quick roundtable. Does anybody have any? I've been asking questions to all of you. Any of you guys have any final questions for me before we log off here for the night, right off into that old dusty trail?
Yeah, I got one question. How do you feel about the another Kirby Direct?
Oh my God! Of course you would. You knew. You fucking knew you were doing. That fucking goddamn fucking GameCube fucking Bomba Bin title. Piece of shit. Why are we not getting a Metroid Direct? Why is that being occupied? Like I get that people love fucking Sakurai. I get that the game looks good. That game is going to do absolutely fucking dick all for fucking Nintendo and Nintendo Switch 2 sales. But for some reason, this is the psychosis. This is the psychosis that Maelstrom was talking about, right? This is it right here. They are somehow like they have nothing announced outside of winter. It's gonna be that fucking Bomba Bin Kirby game. That's what it's gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Bomba Bin Kirby game is they are banking on Sakurai and his ability to sell hats and ice. They are banking on his ability to sell ice to Eskimos and for that to translate into sales for this fucking spin-off title, this GameCube game that nobody cares about. And it is just, it's fucking insanity. It's as insane as charging $99 for a Virtual Boy. It's fucking
Don't even get me started
insanity.
on that.
So anyway, yeah, I was floored.
So no Sonic Racers for you, sir.
No.
Why does Sonic need a race car, sir? He can run fast.
It's all equally ridiculous, but here I don't know what the sales of the Sonic racing games are. They might be good. I assume they are. I assume that, but the sales for Kirby Air Rider is like 1 million fucking games.
Why not why not remaster like Dreamland or go back to Dreamland style?
Nintendo has this fucking weirdo thing they do, right? When they get into the Nintendo psychosis, they have this weird fucking thing that they do. I refer to it as the ghastly Buffalo Bill reskinning of IPs and franchises. So what they do is Nintendo likes to have their fucking cake and eat it too. They want the safety and security of an established property, but they also like the creative freedom of a new IP. When I was an investor during the Nintendo Wii days, one of the things that pissed me off so bad and began my process of like fucking exiting that company as far as being an investor was a game called Kirby's Epic Yarn. Okay. A lot of people don't know the development. A lot of people don't know the development behind that game. Kirby's Epic Yarn was a game that was originally titled Fluff of Yarn. And the star of the fucking goddamn game wasn't Kirby. It was Prince Fluff. The reason why I was so outraged, you can even go back. There's investors meetings. The guy asking the combative question about why they're doing this, that would be me. If you go back in those fucking conference notes. But anyway, the reason that it was so upsetting is because they had an opportunity at a brand new intellectual property. So maybe Fluff of Yarn doesn't sell anything. But What if it does sell? Now you've got a brand new IP that you can add to the Nintendo collection of great IPs. Instead, because they have no fucking confidence in their creative teams, they said, okay, we don't have confidence that this game's going to sell on its own. What game can we rip the fucking skin off and make a fucking coat out of? Oh, Kirby. So they rip Kirby's skin off. They make a Kirby coat out of him. And then they dress fucking Fluff of Yarn in Kirby's fucking skin suit. And that became Kirby's Epic Yarn. Made more insulting by the fact.
I did not even know that.
By the fact that a year later, we got Kirby's Return to fucking Dreamland. So they already were working on an actual Kirby game. There was no reason not to take that Fluff of Yarn risk. Zero fucking reason. Because a Kirby game was already coming with Return to Dreamland. So that's one. But they do this all the time. They do this all the fucking time. Every fucking goddamn time. You've got fucking weird fucking Kirby Air Rider. You got Bongo Kong. What the fuck is this Bongo game? And what the fuck does this have to do with Donkey Kong Country? Weirdo selling Zelda game. Window washer Mario. Fucking Timu Zelda, except it's Star Fox and it's not in a fucking airship. R-Wing. Like, what is this shit? That was my whole thing with the game. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Every single goddamn game. Anyway, epic rant triggered.
But I was sitting there thinking about Kirby. And I was like, I'm surprised they haven't tried to do like a paper Kirby game, or maybe have like Kirby and Mario like team up in a game together, or a Kirby RPG
version. I swear.
Yeah. But I guess my question to you, Zoo, is after this direct, how you feeling about that Switch 2? How do you feeling about buying one?
No closer, really. No closer. Again,
not even with Fire Emblem?
Fire Emblem looks good. Okay, so I won't say not any closer, because Fire Emblem is on the list. But I need 12.
And Yoshi?
We'll see with Yoshi. Yoshi looks really good, but
yeah, Yoshi looks fine, serviceable, but I wouldn't say it's like, oh my gosh, let me go out and buy a Switch 2 for Kirby.
So I wouldn't say Yoshi. So here's the thing. I wouldn't say Yoshi is a game I go out and buy a Switch 2 for, but Yoshi is absolutely a game I buy once I have the hardware. It absolutely is. Most times. Yeah. So I liked Kurt.
That's a game I would buy when there is definitely some kind of sale, because you're not going to get a lot of mileage out of a Yoshi game. You just aren't.
It depends.
Yeah, those are the games you buy for an in-between game, like a game you're waiting for your next big game.
And what I would say about Yoshi is, me and my girlfriend had a fucking blast playing the missions. There's certain missions in Yoshi's Crafted World, which wasn't even a strong Kirby game to me, but I have great memories of that because there were missions in that game where you basically team up and you're riding on like the back of something and you have to target and shoot moles out of the sky and shit. That's really fun to do in co-op mode and kind of go after each other and see who can do more. There's like an animal safari mission, but the actual co-op levels in that game were really fucking creative. So yeah, I like Crimson Butterfly if it gets an actual physical release. I like Yoshi. I like Fire Emblem. Those would be kind of three games. If Yoshi turns out good, yes. If Crimson Butterfly is not a game key card, cool. All the other games though they're all the third parties are going to be fucking game key cards. So none of those I don't care about them. And that's going to be a big problem that Switch has getting me on board. It is just half of your fucking opportunities are on fucking game key cards, and it's like, man.
And I mean, when the games are still getting like it's a key card on Switch 2, but then it's a physical on Switch, or if the game is coming on both the Switch and the Switch 2 physically, and you already have the Switch, why would you buy a Switch 2? You can already have the Switch, just buy the Switch version.
And again, I know I apologize to Nish on this, and I still apologize, but a creature can't help its nature. Where's my goddamn Mario game? It's his 40th anniversary, you fucks.
Hey, it was you got it with Galaxy and Galaxy 2.
Fuck
you get it in the
that.
double pack.
Yeah. No, we need a new one. We need Mario Odyssey 2. Mario, I guarantee you, if there's a Mario Odyssey 2, because they said some kind of announcement that there might be more, Zoo will most definitely probably buy a Switch 2.
Where's my goddamn
or Mario Galaxy 3?
I mean, I'm open to 3D Mario now, and 3D Mario can be really good. What I really want to see is another 2D Mario, but that's probably a long way off, given that Wonder.
Oh yeah, especially with that update for Mario Wonder.
Fuckers, that makes me so mad. There's another thing. You have no idea. Now we're getting to the shit that makes me fucking mad. That absolutely should have been battle mode. I already went over this with Phil in the beginning of the show. Absolutely should have been battle mode. It should have shipped with the fucking Switch 1 version. There is no excuse why they couldn't have had fucking actual fucking battle mode multiplayer. That is in Mario Brothers 3, they had a game called Mario Brothers, literally bundled in the game. Anytime Mario and Luigi ended up on the same fucking world, you wouldn't go to that world to complete it. Instead, they would battle it out for who got that spot. And so you would immediately go into Mario Brothers, a game of Mario Brothers, where you would try to basically get your other guy killed by running into the enemy. It was an amazing fucking mode. And I get the vibes of that from what this weird Bell Plaza fucking vomit that they put out, that they expect $70 fucking to be paid for that shit when I already spent $60 on Wonder. Fuck you. Anyway, now
probably gonna be $80 if we're being honest.
Now I'm
getting have to be a premium. No, I think the problem we have yet to see an $80 title from them. I think what's going to be the breaker.
It's
okay. Theoretically, you have Pitchford who said you need to work a second job. He's been coined saying, yeah, you want to delay. He knows he can market the collector's editions, etc. Nintendo tried it, but there was a rejection. That's because the economy does not support the increase. But yeah, no, as I said, Nintendo's going to try to test it where you have to pay $500 for the console. Let's say you pay $450.
Yeah, but with
you're paying
it's $5. Yeah, it's $5.
$70 per title.
Technically, you're paying more if you look at the Switch 2 editions. Those are $80.
What is it? The HD and now see if Nintendo was smart, if you own, they are kind of saying if you do own games that are backwards compatible with Switch, they haven't pulled what other consoles did. What saves the PlayStation and Xbox stuff is everything is legacy compatible to a point. So they haven't done that with Nintendo. The moment they do that, Nintendo starts being cooked,
Yeah,
I understand.
I'm a little confused. Like, so what do you mean by that when you say legacy compatible?
So let's assume you buy a PlayStation 4, you can still run PS2 games. Something like that. No, I seen you can run older.
Oh,
you could probably run older. Maybe prior gen.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what kind of saves.
Yeah.
There's the point, even as much as I like Windows games, there's points that Windows 10 and 11, you can't backwards play.
Right.
Stuff that's...
Yo got me heated here at the end. So any other questions?
I'd ask you, what do you think of knowing in the games? Do you think... So, why would the games be a bit... we have to look and see what's going to go into next year. Because the next big release... I say the next big release is Battlefield 6. That is getting... What's going to be funny about this, Battlefield 6, is they said, we're going to have no Nicki Minaj skins. We're not going to do the Call of Duty route. This comes from the director himself.
Nicki Minaj skins? What? Wait.
We're not going to have any Nicki Minaj skins. We're not going to do Call of Duty.
What are you talking about Call of Duty for?
What?
I'm thinking clothing. I just want to pick his thoughts. He said question for him at the end.
Yeah, but quick question, what? Nicki Minaj skins? What?
Oh, you weren't familiar with the fortification of Call of Duty, where you went from being an operator and you put like 10 the Tapman skins in there. You put all the stuff. But they said with Battlefield and games like that, they said we're going to go back to our player base.
Okay.
Because in Battlefield 6, you're just playing as a grunt.
All right, I'm just fucking hung up on Nicki Minaj skins in Call of Duty. Fuck. Oh,
They also said they're not going to have a battle royale.
That series has changed drastically since I tried it.
Call of Duty?
That's drastically. Call of Duty OG Modern Warfare was the last time I played a Call of Duty game.
No, but what I mean is, like, what do you think about games going back at least after a game or two? They listened to their player base. They said, we do not want Call of Duty. We want Battlefield.
Yeah, they should.
Battlefield.
Listen to your customers. It's the easiest fucking thing in the world you can do. Your customers don't, like, again, people say, well, that's selfish. The creator has a right to create. The developer has a right to develop. Yeah, they do. That's true. But in a battle between the person with the money and the person holding their hand out, who wins? The customer, the one with the money. So only.
But here's a funny thing too. There's going to be a second part to this.
Yeah, only the
influencers aren't happy with Battlefield 6 because even Doc and them were like, "This game's going to be dead without a battle royale." We will see.
So if the customers don't want it, why would you put it in? Yeah, like.
Well, you can make arguably the streamers don't only know how to play battle royales. But actually, what's funny, the only thing that killed, they learned their lesson from Battlefield 5.
Yeah, but streamers don't buy the product. In fact, it costs you money. You have to send the streamer a free game. So the streamer is not a customer. The streamer takes money out of your pocket. Listen to the customers. What do the customers want?
Okay. Is the game designed to be streamer bait or player bait, depending on who? That's what you got to realize.
It could be, but I mean, God, and I get that that's a cost, but that's not your customer. You have to pay to give that streamer.
That's not your main customer. Fortnite became popular because it was stream baiting. It was actually streamer bait.
What's going on at this point, honestly.
Well, I get what he's saying. It's a good.
No, I asked, Phil, initially, as I said, what does he think of Battlefield 6 going back to its roots?
Good.
Where they're not going to do the Call of Duty thing with the special skins and not the special operator look. They're going to go back. You're playing a grunt or a soldier.
I'm good with that. Yeah,
They're not going to have a battle royale. They're actually taking the risk.
Don't care because I don't play FPS games. They can do whatever they want for all I care. They're going to end up in a bargain bin in a freaking all over Facebook eventually. So
I don't play the game, but I care from a philosophical standpoint, which is that you should do what your customers are asking for. If customers are
that's true. When it comes to any game,
you
should always do what the customers want.
Yeah,
and that's 90% of the problem with the game industry. They keep doing what investors want, and they don't do what gamers want and their community wants. And then we're here making videos like this, mad at them for not doing things that would benefit us, their target audience, because we're the ones that pay the money for these games. So you would think, in theory, they would do what we want, but instead, no.
Well, and what's important about this is be glad we're still mad, because eventually it gets to a point where I just don't give a shit anymore. And then I'm not mad. I'm just gone. I'm just out.
And no, apathy is the death. See, Destiny 2 is learning that. With Bungie, they're learning that apathy is the death of. Screw the fact that the idea of. What's funny if you look at Destiny 2, the 10-cent knockoff prequel thingy is what a lot of players gravitate towards, even if you call it China slop, is what the game Destiny could have been. But when I mean too as well, you also got to realize too, and I'd ask Zoo on this as well, probably wrap it up.
Yeah.
I've always had the attitude, the corporate people follow where the money goes. The reason why you had the push for the battle royales, or where the industry pushes the games, they go, oh, battle royales sell, right?
Yeah, I mean,
let's make more battle royales. Let's follow where the money goes until it dries up, or that's part of the reason RTSs die. They go, we're not going to take a risk and make another RTS.
Well, and keep in mind,
keep
in mind, Tiamat, that that kind of goes into what I was criticizing Nintendo for, which is that you're not making, you're not making this game for the fans of the IP when you have an established IP. So yeah, I get where they're coming from in terms of, I see a whole bunch of money being made over here with Fortnite, but you're not fucking Fortnite. You're Battlefield. And so when you have that established IP, you have customers that expect a certain product every time. And they're not expecting a battle royale. And that's probably why they got away from themselves.
And then you're not just talking this. This could be an entire generation of games. That's part, but there's also a generational audience. It goes back to like what other people think. There is room for a niche game. If you think there's a niche, let's assume there's an obscure RTS or RPG or something you could bring back. You know it may not sell like tens of millions, but if it sold like 2 million and you could make it and slot it into a B or C product, would you turn that down?
No.
Or would you?
Depending on depends on the cost, but in general, no. I mean, you can make quite a bit with a niche. In fact, sometimes you can make more depending on what the cost benefit analysis is.
But like Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem is arguably saved. It is not the one.
Yeah, and that's a great example. Fire Emblem, all of Nintendo's like smaller players, they all make profit or they wouldn't continue to make them. So yeah, I mean that's a great example of a niche that performs well. Absolutely.
Let's assume there's other games like that. And there's a big thing, like if your game company does, you gotta make Final Fantasy, but there's a point you're gonna shitify it. But it's not like Square Enix doesn't have other titles. It's not like Capcom can make another game besides Resident Evil.
Mega Man.
Mm-hmm.
That is way. Oh, they just announced Legacy Star Force. Was it Legacy?
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't at our direct. It was at the Japanese direct, I think.
They just don't. Yeah, especially the way they just don't think we give a shit. We love Mega Man. But all right, guys. Well, if there's no other questions, we probably ought to wrap this. That's the fourth stink.
I gotta go late. I gotta go lay down with the wife.
Hey Zoo, I have one last question. Yeah. I think I have one last question that I think both me and Phil need an answer to.
We got.
And that question is, why in the hell did you murder Pat Drool?
Oh my god.
That's a joke.
No comment. All right, love everybody. Get the fuck out of here.
Bye.
This stream is over. Bye.